I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My
represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم اون مقدارمو هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمه زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorotë e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motrë për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egyptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që do flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndier shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 4 سال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول خلک ته مې ول مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضداریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضداریان دې ټینګ کړی دي، پیسې نه لرې ورکړه، ول پیسې نه لرې ورکړه، خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence, and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول دا چې واده مې وکړ ما په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول ځان خرڅ مې کړي نو ډوډۍ موډۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ کړي نه که دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی تو سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा होसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे कहते वडी थी सी पे जब मैं बिलावण डो है ना वडे छोकरा बिलावण सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र से शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र से करनी तला पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने देती है मैं और मैं जैसे तो पीछे मैं शादी कर छोड़े सा
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुअमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां पोइ शादी खां पोइ मुंहिंजी शादी थी वई त पोइ मां चवंदमि पोइ बि मुंहिंजो शौक़ु आहे हो पर मां शादी के पीछे बि मां माना स्कूल मां शौक़ु आहे मेरा पढ़ण दा मां जब मां पढ़ां सारे छोकिरा इवें करंदा आहिनि दिला पाणी ते चवंदा आहिनि त शादी कर छोड़ींदा शादी खां पहिरियों माण्हू आज़ादु हो माना घर जो कमकार अपनी मर्ज़ी ते करंदी हुअमि पीछे वारा माउ पीउ वादे करंदी हुअमि ना त ठहे बैठी हूंदी हुअमि वांदी बैठी हूंदी हुअमि शादी खां पीछे वारा सॼी घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई ना सॼी घर जी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई सॼे घर जा कमकार माना ॿारनि खे संभालण पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ा घर की सॼी ज़िम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी मैंने वॾी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja kan. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin kurang diurus gitu makannya tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yaran karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova, I thash, u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
হায়রে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম যে আজকে অন্য পর্যন্ত পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষের এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না, ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম, ভালোটা কাজকাম করতে পারতাম। কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা, এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফালাইতে হয়ে গেল গা। আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফালাই থিয়া। আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম, পাঁচটা জানতাম, বুঝতাম, শুনতাম, তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না। একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায়, আজকে আমি এই পথে।
خودنا که همه بی سواتا ایرام گفتم مام تو رو نمیگذاره مکتب، اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه. بعد از عروسی هم میشه ور مخود بدور مادر پیش میکرد، پیار پیش میکرد. مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد هست. من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Humudu, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Alivyonipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, kananiambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mimi na ule tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu anonioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para ir a las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavar trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar pues más que nada, porque como no muy sé pues ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خونه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خونه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها من خلیجی‌ها ببینم اونو ندارم.
هیچی bulmadı.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم. خیاطی میکنم، من مادرم یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه. دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه. اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه. پدرم کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده. حالا که پیام نیا خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون. به این واسه از اون خیلی خوب. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban. Kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
2 minuter fram till Giroud.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma kisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japin një arsimim të mirë, dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their girls. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Unuajefi, and on this episode, we'll be talking about teaching and raising children. My guest today is Oluwagbemileke Amo. He's a parent and a passionate educator. He studied electrical electronics engineering, but then discovered his passion for teaching and pursued a career in education. He has a postgraduate certificate in education from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. He started his teaching professionally in 2010. He's a recipient of several awards, including the Coronal School Model Teacher of the Year. Leke is celebrated as a phenomenal teacher and teacher trainer home and abroad, especially for integrating technology with teaching and learning. He's a Microsoft certified educator, a Microsoft Innovative Educator expert, and he is presently the Vice Principal Strategy and Technology in Bloom Breed Schools, Port Harcourt. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Leke.
Thank you very much for having me, Mrs.
Okay, so I wanted to find out, how do your parents react to you switching from engineering to education?
To be honest, it was not an easy decision, but I guess one thing my parents have working for them is patience. So, they believe that a young man should make his own decision and pursue his passion, even though they have better ideas as to what a man should become. So, but after some time, seeing the success that teaching brought me, and seeing that I wasn't coming to them for assistance, financial assistance especially, they became comfortable with it, and I guess from there they began to support me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think with every profession, though, once you're able to make a success out of it and you're able to pay your own bills, and your parents are like, okay. So let's talk about homeschooling. I was speaking with you earlier in the green room, and you were telling me how you homeschool your daughter. Please tell me more about that, because I feel like that's a very tasking thing to do.
Indeed, it is very taxing. It's not straight to the point.
Okay.
We made, my wife and I, before we got married, decided what exactly we would do to raise the next generation.
Okay.
So it was it was just a casual conversation at first. It would be a nice idea to homeschool. My wife, of course, she's very busy. She's a business. She's an entrepreneur, and so I didn't even think it was something she would take seriously until our child arrived. She came preterm, and so it became important for us to focus on her. So from that moment, my wife decided to start homeschooling her. And seeing the success that we were getting, it became something that she made her life's purpose.
Okay, so by success, what do you mean? Because the reason why I say this, I have also worked in a preschool for some time, and I find that sometimes when you're telling young children or toddlers to take instruction from their parents, they don't, but when it comes to their teacher, they listen up. So what do you mean when you say success in the homeschooling?
Okay, so knowing full well that our child came preterm, it became necessary for us to benchmark her progress with certain milestones. So with certain apps, we're able to tell, okay, this is what she should have achieved at this particular stage of her development. And my wife began to implement these things, and seeing that indeed our daughter was surpassing these even beyond what she should at that particular age. So that was the feedback she needed. And now my daughter, she started walking at the exact age she's meant to walk. She started having certain conversations, and now she can even have intellectual conversations with adults.
How old is she now?
She's 3 years old.
Oh, interesting.
And she's phenomenal. She's doing very well.
Yeah, you sound like a very proud father.
Oh, I am a very proud father. I make no secret.
Well done. So how long do you intend to homeschool her for?
At first, we talked about it. We said, okay, maybe until she's 5 years old. Now we're thinking about age 10.
Age 10?
Yes.
Okay, I find it very interesting because when, I feel like the regular school does more for a child beyond just learning. That's my personal view. So like social circles and then social skills, how is your daughter able to pick that up if she's just at home learning one-on-one with you and her mom?
Okay, truth is, we're not the only persons that my child interacts with, and I'd like to be generic here. Perhaps speaking for homeschooling parents.
Yes.
The parents are not the only people the child will interact with in the child's lifetime. So yes, it is important to create social circles, and children will definitely have these interactions with people, whether with adults or with their peers. But knowing full well that the objective of a child's development is not to continue to stay a child, it's for the child to become an adult as well. So it is necessary for the child to learn how to interact with contemporaries and with adults. But if a child is able to interact with adults, which actually happens a lot in a homeschooling setting, then the child is set for life, because many times these children who have more interactions with adults tend to be very precocious, more mature, and better balanced. And when they're even relating with their contemporaries, which happens with my daughter, they tend to see their contemporaries as babies. So my child's best friends are actually older than she. How often does she meet them? Once a week. Where? In church. Okay, and so yeah, they meet in church, and sometimes they have weekends that we go out, and the holidays are often very fantastic times, because I mean more children are available, and so we have these homeschooling communities for yeah, while we were in Lagos, we had homeschooling communities, other mothers or parents who homeschool their children, so those are their friends, and then on the weekends we hang out with friends who have children as well. And by that, I mean, how much interaction really do children who even go to schools have? Many times they
have 8 hours. They have about 8 or 6 hours
of listening to the teacher.
Listening to the teacher, but also, even when listening to the teacher, I'm not trying to. I'm just very intrigued by it. So I'm not trying to knock it out. I'm just saying that even when listening to the teacher, they're sitting in class with other children.
Yes.
And you are a teacher, so they're whispering here, they're saying this, they're doing that. They go to the playground. Even when little activities. So like when I worked in the preschool, even going a simple activity as going to wash your hands is a group activity. We're all going to the bathroom together to wash our hands. Yes. We're having lunch together. So all of those things. So I find it very interesting that even because anytime I hear homeschooling, I think of it as a foreign thing that in outside the country. But to hear that there are now communities in Nigeria is something interesting.
So by that question, I wasn't referring to being in the company of children.
Okay.
I'm actually referring to interaction in the sense that it creates a sense of interdependence, a sense of teamwork. I mean, the essence of social activity is not just about having friends.
Okay.
It's actually about learning the skills necessary for work, for life, like collaboration, adding value to other people. So being in a group of children is really not all that taking a child to a regular school is about.
Yes, sure,
So
I understand.
there's a lot.
But so let me just also add, how do parents because you and your wife have a teaching background, so I am assuming
No, she doesn't have a teaching background.
She doesn't have but she's married to a teacher.
Yes.
So it gives you but what about some parents that can't, if they're interested in this homeschooling now, but I don't have this power to even sit down and you raise stuff with my child and sit down and teach. Can they hire a lesson teacher who comes in the morning at certain hours, sits with this child and do all of that?
I know a few people who are doing that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So there are now homeschooling tutors that we can hire and bring to our homes. And
I even know a few families who are planning to relocate. And so because their relocation is falling just around the midterm, they don't even see the need to take a child to regular school and then pull the child midterm.
Right.
So they have somebody come to do the homeschooling for the period of the time that the children are waiting for relocation. And so that happens. And there are a few other people, that's what it is. They are homeschooling teachers who go, they support
that's
the
another
children
very
at
interesting
home.
industry.
It's actually, indeed,
it's interesting that you talk about relocation, because I was going to talk about that to say that how do you think, because it's like it's Japa season, everybody's leaving. What impact will this have on, even though I know not everybody will leave, but what impact is this going to have? Because I know that, for example, in other industries, like in the banking industry and some other industries, it has affected certain departments and their workflow. So for Nigeria, how will this impact on us, on the education system?
It has impacted many organizations. It has already impacted schools, to be honest. So I know more than a few friends who have left the shores of Nigeria.
Are you leaving too?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, no, I am not. I'm still here. I'm very much here. That has been a conversation we've been on back and forth, but I'm here, and I have decided to be here for now. So we've lost some of our best hands. We've lost some of our best brains. However, what I know, especially about the education space, even though, yes, this can also, it can work in any other organization, is education has now become so dynamic thanks to technology. And so I'd even pictured that should it be that I traveled before now, would I be able to work from another country in Nigeria? I think, yes, I can do that. So some of my friends who have relocated are still teaching
In their schools?
Not in their schools anymore.
Okay.
But they're still adding value to their Nigerian education system.
Oh, fantastic.
Just that they've changed location.
So it's virtual.
Yes. Yeah, indeed, but it's just that while they're present in Nigeria, they're able to relate better with the situation and with the system, and they're able to create solutions that the system particularly needs. And that's one of the things that has tied me down mainly, because I know that I will understand the system better when I'm a part of the system. So yeah, there's this perception that yes, you'll be able to add more value to the system when you are in another system. I think I can have that interaction by visits and by study and by having these online courses, but you have to be in the system to know where the shoe pinches. And so yes, we feel it. To be candid, we can't lie about it. We feel it, but I don't think hope is lost entirely, because even those who have gone, some of them are already thinking about coming back.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, some of them are thinking
That's
about
interesting. That's another conversation for another day. So let's talk about teaching generally. I find that oftentimes when very few people speak with teaching with your passion. And it's not at the time of this interview, ASU is, on strike. And many people, we don't consider education like a serious thing. I'm not sorry to say, we don't really consider education a serious thing in Nigeria. But let's talk about the profession teaching. Oftentimes, I find that, especially with primary education and secondary education, many people go into teaching as a last option. I did not get this course in this one, then I studied English, then I now have to become a teacher. Mm-hmm. No drive, no passion. So yes, people, and sometimes I think that this passion thing can be overrated. So I don't expect you to be a dancing teacher in your class and say, oh, because I love mathematics and I love children, I'll be singing 2 times 2 for blah, blah, blah. But even with the training for the people that should, teach the children, because I feel like with education is the life of everything. If children are better educated, then we'll have better doctors, better technicians, better producers, better presenters, better everything once the education system is right. But we treat teaching as a last minute option. Why is that so? I know you're not the Minister of Education, but as the expert here.
Yes. Granted, I'm not the Minister of Education. I'm not speaking on behalf of the minister, but I am as much a part of the system, and I am feeling this. Yes, indeed, many people have had to take this decision simply because they want to survive, and it's not just a Nigerian problem; it's global. Even in the United States of America, several people are leaving, the teaching system as well. And sometimes I ask myself, why would you do that? It's also because they didn't have a choice when they went in the first place. And so for those of us who are passionate about it, we have felt, we have been broke and we've been broken. We have also had times when we felt underappreciated and undervalued, but we have stuck with it. Yes, the Nigerian system is really poor. The education system is really bad. Some people who studied it, in fact, I didn't study education as you know, obviously. Yes, I discovered my passion for education at the time that it became an option to choose education. I didn't want to take it, even though I knew I had a passion for it, simply because I associated it with penury and poverty. Yes. And so, unfortunately, some other people just take it grudgingly. And so if you come into the profession with that grudging attitude, you will definitely walk through it with grudging attitude. At the time, I also almost gave up on education when I could not take being broke anymore. And so I tried to go back into engineering. Well, it worked up to a point. I guess I'm glad it did not work eventually. And so when I had no other choice and all I was faced with was education, I began to ask myself, is there a way I can thrive and become successful? And success is relative for some people, but for me, one of the things I quantify as success is being able to afford enough to fend for myself, start a family, and then have enough savings to begin to plan a future. And so when I asked these questions, and of course I talked to my mentors, and that's another important thing. People who have mentors are properly guided. And so they were able to help me understand what it was I really needed. So I was still able to stay in the place of education and began to think about other income streams to help myself to achieve what it is that I want. So I think it comes down to, and it affects every profession. It's not just education. So yes, we're using education as a benchmark, but there are several other people who are even in the banking system, who don't have a passion for it. There are some other people who are medical doctors today who honestly have a passion for something else. So I think we just always have to find the place where we can relate to our core selves. So I found education as the place where I could relate to my core self, and then I also realized my other needs, and I found ways to meet those needs while not losing my passion for education as well. And so if there's anybody here today who's in education but doesn't have a passion for education, I'd advise you, find your passion, stay in the place of your passion, and you'll definitely be sorted from there.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that. We'll take a short break. In fact, a funny thought came to my head when you're talking about a doctor not being passionate. I'm just thinking in my mind, my surgeon is not passionate, but he's not passionate about medicine and he's passionate about football. What happens when he's doing a surgery? Will you see my intestine as a goalpost? Or how does that work?
I hope not.
I'm just playing around. So let's just take a quick break. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back talking more about education in Nigeria, homeschooling, and the entire works. Please stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thank you for staying with us. If you're just joining in, this is One on One, and my name is Fumi Umajefe. My guest today is an education expert, and we're talking about everything concerning, well, not everything, but basically primary and secondary education. So let's talk about this rush that Nigerian parents, and I don't like to generalize and say African or anything, Nigeria, because I live here, and I'm raising my child here. This rush that Nigerian parents do, where they want their children to finish school at a certain age very quickly, and they were coming out to both finish school at the age of 14, the university at the age of 15. I'm like, why? What's the rush? So even with that, they cut off the children even from primary 4, and they're taking them all the way to GS1. Some parents don't even allow their children to do primary 6. Now, you are the expert. Tell me, first of all, what you think about this. And then some people even argue. In fact, I had a not so recent argument with one of my friends, and we're going on and how he was telling me how primary 6 is not relevant and blah, blah, blah. And though some people's reasons have been financial, to say, you know what, if I can cut this school fees, I want them to go and pay it in another place. But some people really just about, they are rushing the child so that they can finish young and early. What's your take on this?
Okay, so there are actually two types of rush. So you've just mentioned one. That's the first rush about skip school, skip a primary education, skip a class or two, and then move into secondary. There's the one that is done before that, and that's the
double promotion.
The nursery. So some people start the children early on certain classes, and so you would even find some schools that give the children textbooks of the class ahead.
Okay.
Mainly,
I've
yes.
seen that, yeah.
So you would even sometimes in some classes you find a 3-year-old in a nursery 2 classroom, for instance, very young child being required to do some work of a 5-year-old, sometimes even the work of a 6-year-old. And so some parents believe that if the child starts early, the child will definitely finish early. The child would look smart. The child will feel fulfilled, especially when he's the youngest amongst his mates and he's able to do what people older than him are doing. I think for some parents it's a sense of pride. Some parents also feel that they're giving children a good head start so that the child will definitely get to the workplace quickly. Same thing for those who skip a class or two in primary. They believe beyond just the finances, you've just given that as an example. And to be honest, I honestly don't know why some parents think that the school fees that they'll pay for 1 year is something so significant compared to the effect that that decision is having on the child. But so some parents simply feel it's good, especially in the Nigerian system. I think one of the things I even contributed so strongly to it was there was a time in Nigeria that banks were recruiting people from a particular age range.
Oh.
Yes, so from 21, I think it was between 21 to 24. And so anybody who's above that age is disqualified. It's pretty much just a mindset that is set on helping the child become a very good employee of labor. But parents who think differently, who believe that they are raising a child to become a problem solver, to become an entrepreneur, they are not concerned about that. Their concern is this child should be able to discover himself, find himself or herself enough, be so emotionally independent, become socially relevant, so that this child can create solutions to problems. If you have that perspective, then it doesn't matter what age your child finishes primary school or secondary school, because you're simply waiting for your child to attain independence. So that's the issue is once we have these things in a proper perspective, then it doesn't matter, because now children differ. You can have a 7-year-old who's so smart, so intelligent, and is able, even the school would probably even consider to double promote the child, even though I know that many private schools now don't think about that. They think about differentiating learning. So the child can be in primary 4 and the child is given some task that a GSS 1 person should do, for instance, simply because the child is operating at that level.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's necessary that the child should still, there's no point rushing. So I have yet to see the benefit of it, other than those examples I've given. The child finishes early, but there's a lot of demerits to rushing these children.
Okay, please tell us about that. Tell us about the demerits.
So the demerits mainly, one of the demerits actually is, if a child, there are certain ages that cognitive development is formed in a child. You can't rush that. Yes, you can rush attainment of academic knowledge, but you cannot rush mental development. The child simply needs to get to that age, or simply needs to be exposed to the environment that will enhance that cognition, that will strike certain neurons in the brain to make a connection of the dots. Everything we do, everything your eyes catch, my nose smell, everything our senses simply pick, they go into the brain and they make connections, but until the brain is developed to a particular point, those connections will not make sense. You and I sit and somebody talks to us, whether in church or in any other religious organization or a motivational speaker is speaking, we're able to connect to these things simply because we have developed our brains to a point. Now, you put a 14-year-old in a lecture room with a lecturer. That child is yet to connect, unless his or her neurons have developed enough, he's yet to connect the relevance of what he or she is studying from that lecturer to his life. Now, these children need to be properly formed. They need to grow mentally to the point where they know why they are taking certain decisions. Many of these young children that we rush, they expect us to determine for them what they will become in the future, or they make this decision based on what they see on media. But when you wait patiently for your child to attain the proper age, he or she will become independent and able to take his or her own decision. This is what parents who rush the children rub them off.
Okay, so that means you need to start a campaign. Because, and the reason why I say this is because many parents, even now, so for example, my son did primary 6, he just resumed a new session, and some people are like, this son is so smart, why are you listening to primary 6? You just take and I'm like, no, he has to be emotionally mature, and that's what I even think that 1 year gap is. And when we're talking about social skills and so many things, that is what that is for. But I'm glad that an expert, and I think you should carry it out as a campaign, because sometimes I even find that even the schools are the ones championing to say that, you don't have to, so that we can take you. It's very essential that those things are, properly.
I have begun the campaign anyway.
Oh, great! You have.
Yeah,
please,
I have.
please.
I already have it in my book.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Smart Book for Smart Parents, and I even have webinars. Some heads of schools invite me to their schools. So
fantastic! Please
I do these things
to
encourage
parents. Carry it out, and I hope that many of those parents, are watching and listening to this interview. So this leads me to my next question, where about the parent partnering with the school.
Okay.
So like we know, like you and I are not the same. Everybody is different. So some children will excel in academics, some children will excel in sports, some children excel in other activities, maybe like music or something else. How do I partner as a parent with the school to ensure that they help, because I feel like the teacher spends more time, in the school. So you help me identify that, and then we now begin to work together, because I find that many of us, and I'm also guilty as well, we only measure children just by he passed in physics, just by the results. When there is so much more to a child, how do I, as a parent, not fall into that trap and able to get away?
Okay, so that question now is, how do I partner with the school to benefit my child, or how do I partner with the school to benefit the children?
With children. Okay, well, so yeah, excellent. So my child and yes, the children.
Okay.
So I know that, okay, this is what this
because to be candid, indeed, if a parent's concern is for the children, you're certain that your child is definitely going to be catered to.
Okay.
So some of the best parents I have had in my over 12 years of teaching go beyond the concern for their child to the concern for the children in partnership with the school, because indeed, they're certain that whatever it is that the school is doing to develop, teaching methodologies or teaching for all the children will definitely affect their children. But of course, let's start with your child. So some of my best parents never let me rest. Let's say it that way. So they stay in touch constantly. It starts from home.
Okay.
It's not enough to pay school fees, send your child to school, no rest though. Parents don't rest in this economy. They work. Go to work and then come home. How's your homework? Oh, you've done it? Okay, good, and that's it. Okay? I think that some of the best parents are parents who actually go the extra mile. It's actually not supposed to be the extra mile. It's simply what we're meant to do, to ensure to be involved in what the child has brought from school or is learning in school. So one of the things I recommend for parents to do is don't just ask, how was school today? Ask, what was challenging about school today?
Okay.
What was fantastic about school today? Asking questions that require the children to say more than yes or no, or to say more than that's fine, it's okay. To think creatively. Now, the responses the children give would inform the parent of what to discuss with the school, starting, of course, with the teacher to say, I found out this information. Oh, this is fantastic. I see that you guys are doing this in your class today. My child told me this today, or my child told me that today. So start with the teacher. Especially if the child has now said something that is of a concern, it's best you relay that to the teacher first. But some other parents jump the gun and go straight to the head of school and make some complaints and all of that. Sometimes these things are said from your child's perspective, but if you actually inquire from the teacher, you might get a better picture of what exactly happened. And so with that, and if you now notice that it's become a trend, then that's something you now need to take higher, report to the organization.
Okay.
Some parents are phenomenal. Some of the ideas I have implemented in my classroom that have made the most, in fact, that has contributed to my success as a teacher came from parents.
Okay.
So the parents, for instance, recommended for his own daughter that I should help to draft a jotter that would give the child a goal to achieve on a weekly basis. And at the end of that week, we would do an assessment. And so that was it. That was the recommendation. I implemented it. At the point of implementing it, I realized, you know what, I could incentivize this to help the child improve. So I discussed with him and said, at the end of a particular period, let's do this. Give your child this reward. And I began to implement it for some other children, and they saw the change. So we began to take our decision of development for the children beyond just academic subjects, but to behavioral, and then to things that they need to do outside the school, outside academia. Okay.
Oh wow, our time is up. Even I want to beg my director. But it's funny how time flies when you're really getting to the meat of the conversation. But just in 1 minute, let's just squeeze in this last question. Not in 1 minute, in a few seconds. Tell me, in your years of teaching, what makes a good parent? I know that not one size fits all, and what works for you will not work, but what makes a good parent?
A present parent.
Yeah,
Presence. I'll just summarize it as that. Presence. That's what makes a good parent. Be present. Don't just be available, but be present, be fully involved in everything that involves your child. And then, of course, allow your child to make some decisions, not all, some decisions. Entrust responsibility to the child. So be present and entrust responsibility to the child. That way, you will see your child grow and you will see yourself improving as a parent.
Thank you. That's a fantastic, you truly are an expert. Interesting conversation I've had today with my guest, Leke Amao, on education and parenting and the works. But that's all we can take today on this episode of One on One. Please join us again sometime soon. My name is Fumi Onwajefe. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. The subject of our contemplation is the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Say that with me. The fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. And those of you who studied summary and praises can help me shorten it. I just couldn't get around it because I'm quoting verbatim from the Bible. The fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Say it again. The fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Now, this is not the gospel according to Matthew. It is not the gospel according to Mark. It's not the gospel according to Luke. Neither is it the gospel according to John. Those were the things Jesus said or did and said, captured by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And I'm giving you a whole week to study the gospel according to Matthew, according to Mark, according to Luke, and according to John. I will mark your script next Sunday. I'm not saying Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are not part of the Bible and the gospel. They are. All scripture is given by the inspiration of God. But when you study Matthew, you see that there are certain things he omitted that Mark will capture. And when you study Mark, you see that there are certain things that they omitted, that the man who conducted a thorough research, who did not work with Jesus when he was here, Dr. Luke, sat down, did perhaps a lot of interviews with them, and began to write to one person. The noble what? The former treatise. You see, Old English never die. When he was going to write the Acts of the Apostle, it was a research book that he dedicated, that is Luke. Luke was a research book that he dedicated to most noble Theophilus. So when he was writing the book of Acts, he said, the former treatise have I written unto you, O most noble Theophilus. And it stated the parameters he used to give to the church the book of Luke. So next Sunday, you have a full assignment. Read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I will mark your script as your teacher next Sunday. The person who gets the questions right will get a flight ticket, first class, to Abeokuta. I'm trying to promote tourism to my hometown. In this message, we will carefully examine three major things. How many? You know me, I can teach this forever because it's so rich. Number one, we're going to carefully examine the hope-inspiring promise Apostle Paul made to the saints in Rome regarding his impending visit to their church. Never been there. And he made a promise, hope-inspiring promise to them. Number two, we'll examine carefully the prayer request he asked of them, of that church, so that you all can see the need for you to pray for the leadership of the church. It's not a one-way thing that you ask pastors to pray for you. They need prayers too. And if other pastors don't need prayers, I do. Jesus had to take 3 of his apostles to the Garden of Gethsemane and say, pray with me, but they were sleeping. I don't want sleeping prayer partners. Even that is loaded. I won't say more than that. Because if you are sleeping on duty, the man in the forefront of the hottest battle can be hit. But your prayer can ward it off. Paul, the apostle, as eminent as he was, requested the church in Rome to pray for him. And many times in his epistles, he said, pray for us. Jesus returned to the 3. He said, can't you watch with me for 1 hour? And finally, number 3, we'll carefully examine the prayer Apostle Paul prayed in advance for the church he was yet to visit. Do we clearly understand the parameters? I trust that by God's grace, everyone listening now and those who will listen to this message hereafter will fully understand the full blessings of the gospel of Christ, a subject that should remain in the front burner of every living church. What did I just say? A subject that should be where? In the front burner of where? At the front burner of every living church. Did I just say every living church? Yes. Because many churches are dead. I'm not sure you're hearing me. Many churches are dead and they are flooded by those who have departed from the way of understanding. It's a pity, a serious pity, that fools have no delight in understanding. There are so many churches in the world, don't take my word for it. They are dead, and their congregants are those who have departed from the way of understanding. Why? Because they do not delight in understanding. They like showbiz. They like riddles and jokes. They want easy gospel that does not place any demand on you. And their chorus is Shadura and Shamini Ijaosin Church. You just pray and say amen, nothing more. Let's check some scriptures. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 2. Ready? Read. A fool has no delight in understanding, but in expressing his own heart. No matter the truth you confront him with, he will say, this is my own opinion. There's nothing you can do to such people. They do not delight in understanding. Their opinion becomes their God, and the only word of authority they respect. Therefore, whatever we find its level, they will look for a church, a dead church, that can accommodate that. Where is the church? Proverbs 21:16. Proverbs 21, verse 16. Ready? Read. A man who wanders from the way of understanding will rest in the assembly of the dead. Give it to me in KJV, please. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain where? In the congregation of the dead. I like to see what it says in New Living Translation. I just want to be sure we are saying the same thing. New Living Translation, the person who strays from common sense will end up in the company of the dead. How about the Amplified Version? Thank you if you have Amplified Version. You see that common sense is not common? If it's common, everybody will have it. A man who wanders out of the way of understanding shall abide in the congregation of the spirits of the dead. Now that's you become a necromancer. You look for alternatives. You patronize the witch of Endor, just as King Saul did, because he departed from the way of understanding. The one who banned spiritists in Israel now ended up consulting one of them. Shall we have it in the Message translation? Thank you. Message translation. Whoever wanders off the straight and narrow ends up in a congregation of ghosts. You'll be communing with demons. Do you understand me? You end up in a congregation of ghosts. You have several nightmares too, because you're living with ghosts. God forbid that will be your portion. In the name of Jesus, may I humbly point something out to you today. I'm saying it with deepest humility, that many of the churches that people go to today are dead churches. Don't take my word for it. Revelation chapter 3, verse 1 to 6. Revelation 3, 1 to 6. And to the angel, that's a pastor, of the church in Sardis write. This thing says, he who has the seven spirits of God and the seven stars. I know your works, that you have a name, that you are alive, but you are dead. Who said this? The head of the church, addressing the pastor in charge of the church in Sardis. I know, I can read your billboards, your banners. I can see your posters and stickers on the cars of your members. You are called Lagos or London Alive Church. You have a name that you are alive, but you are dead. Can you fault that? Let's read further. Be watchful and strengthen the things which remain, that are ready to die. Programs upon programs upon programs that are ready to die. For I have not found your works perfect before God. Remember therefore how you have received and heard. Hold fast and repent. Therefore, if you will not watch, I will come upon you as what? As a thief, and you will not know what hour I will come upon you. You have a few names even in Sardis who have not defiled their garments, and they shall walk with me in white, for they are worthy. There are so many churches who wear white today. They are called white garment churches, and they will continue to pontificate. So they justify the white garment, but they do not see what is inside, like whitest sepulchre full of dead men, rotting bones. Dead religion. That's why I say I humble myself. I'm not saying every one of them is bad. I'm not saying every one of them is evil. I remember my son in the faith, who pastors Glory and Grace Church, the architect that designed the Citadel, Professor Adebamo. I was looking at some properties along Allen Avenue. One of my daughters in the faith took me there to see what new building she was trying to do. And he was the architect of that building. That was where I met him. And I said, and very respectful, very polite. And I was speaking Christianese. I know when you're a Christian, there are some words. And I said, are you born again? He said, yes. Where do you go to church? Celestial Church of Christ. And I started singing. Celestial, kì í ṣẹgbẹ́ ayé o, ìjọ mímọ́ ti bàbá lọ́run ni. Oṣù àjẹ́ ẹlẹ́bọ lògùn kò ní pa, níwájú Celestial. Àwọn oṣù, àwọn yẹn ti rí. I said, you're born again and you're in Celestial. He said, yes. And we are the ones trying to bring reformation into the church. So we stay in there. I said, you cannot rearrange another man's bedroom or living room. You're wasting your time. Take it to the bank. In no time, I started seeing him at the then Lateran Assembly. And he spent 2 years in our Bible college. And today he's out and he's pastoring Grace and Glory Church. Let me finish reading. A word of caution for those who don't know. He who overcomes shall be clothed in white garments. And I will not blot out his name from the book of life, but I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. Now, it's not just for that side of the church, it's for you here also, what the Spirit says to the churches. He who overcomes will be clothed in white garment. White garment here has nothing to do with any piece of cloth. Let Scripture interpret Scripture. One of the reasons God appointed priests, whether high or low, one of the reasons appointed priests is to guide those who are ignorant, to show compassion on them. Because if anybody tells you, you buy it to line and sinker, and you decide, you begin to sew designer outfit of white. I don't want to say anything more. Are there people in our cities, in our churches, who do not know or cannot discern their right hand from the left? Let's go to the book of Jonah. I'm taking my time because there are so many things you cling to that will just be an encumbrance in your walk with God. Jonah chapter 4, verse 6 to 11. Jonah chapter 4, 6 to 11. And the Lord God prepared a plant and made it come up over Jonah, that it might be shade for his head to deliver him from his misery. So Jonah was very grateful to the plant. It did not sow any seed. The plant suddenly grew, and whatever suddenly grows will suddenly die. But as morning dawned, the next day God prepared a worm, and it so damaged the plant that it withered. And it happened when the sun arose that God prepared a vehement east wind, and the sun beat on Jonah's head. Probably he had no hair like myself. And it grew faint. Then he wished death for himself and said, it is better for me to die than to live. Then God said to Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? And he said, it is right for me to be angry, even to death. But the Lord said, you have had pity on the plant, for which you have not labored, nor made it grow, which came up in a night and perished in a night. Be careful of sudden wealth. And shall I not pity Nineveh, that great city in which are more than 120,000 persons who cannot discern between their right hand and their left, and much livestock? Are there people in our cities? Are there people in churches today who cannot discern their right hand from the left? Are there people like that? This is the reason God raised pastors, priests, to teach people so that they can gain understanding and depart from their wicked works. The book of Hebrews, chapter 5. Hebrews chapter 5. For every high priest taken from among men is appointed for men in what? In things pertaining to God, that he may offer both gifts and sacrifices for sins. He can have compassion on those who are ignorant and going astray, since himself is also subject to weakness. Because of this, he is required, as for the people, so also for himself, to offer sacrifices for sins. And no man can take this honor to himself, but he who is called by God, just as Aaron was. So also Christ did not glorify himself to become high priest, but it was he who said to him, you are my son, today I have begotten you. As he also says in another place, you are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. Why am I going this route? Because when you come to church, you've come to school to learn. You are here to be equipped. You're not here to be entertained. No, you are here to be equipped, to be taught truth that will set you free, because ignorance is deadly. Let me ask you, if you are an able-bodied man or woman, full of the Holy Ghost, and there's a wire on the floor, but you do not know it's connected to electricity, it's called live wire, and you grab it, what will happen to you? Your ignorance has killed you. Ignorance is deadly. Ignorance kills. When you don't understand the thing, ask your teacher. Ask the Holy Spirit is the best teacher. Because if you can't discern your right hand from your left, you may end up in the congregation of the dead because they will sell you a dummy. Now here is Revelation chapter 3. They were wearing white. And Jesus was pointing something out to them. He said, only those who overcome will be clothed in white. What white is it talking about? Revelation. Let me start from Psalm 13. I beg your pardon, Psalm 132 verse 9. What is this white garment? I'm reaching out to all my friends in white garment churches. I'm not asking you to come here. There are no empty chairs here. This is not evangelism to bring you here. It's to set you free from deadly ignorance. Let your priests be clothed with, what is it referring to as white garment? I will take you there. Let your priests be clothed with righteousness, and let your saints shout for joy. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse number 8. Let your garments always be white. Do you know there are occult pastors who wear white all the time to deceive you? They were not wearing that before. Something changed. They will deceive you, and they will tell you, you can even see my white. I wore white garment yesterday. I went to preach at a church. I gave Stephen, my dear friend, and said, let me iron this. He said, will you be ministering there? He said, yes. He said, it's not. I said, okay. But he said, this white one is good. Stephen, not so. Stephen said, this white one is better. When you are preaching, I said, Kai. He does not know I'll be preaching today, and I'll be using him. I said, Kai, you fell into my trap. Take it from me. Those who wear white always have a problem. Look deeper. They are communing with certain demons. They are bewitching you. I don't care what you say or who takes my name to the cleaners hereafter. You are sufficiently warned. They compound it when they don't even wear anything called black shoe. It's only white shoe, white socks, white agbada, white suit, white everything. There's trouble. Okay, start fighting me. My job is to deliver the ignorant and those who are gullible, those who cannot see beyond what they are seeing in the natural. We didn't start this way. We took sweet counsel together. We went in company to the house of the Lord together. We were wearing all kinds of dresses until it suddenly changed. Something has happened. It may be a life-saving grace for you to come to your senses before it is too late. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. You are wearing white today, but you have a black shoe and black socks. Thank God. But you don't wear, I'm not saying wearing white is evil, but when it becomes the only uniform left, and please don't think about anybody, think about yourself. Let's read that scripture again. Ecclesiastes 9:8. Let your garment always be white, and let your head lack no oil. What does this mean? If your heart is pure, purity will sustain the anointing on your head. If you are doing what is righteous and you are pure, your head will never lack oil. Let's see it further. Revelation chapter 19, verse 5 to 8. Revelation 19, 5 to 8. Then a voice came from the throne saying, praise our God, all you his servants, and those who fear him, both small and great. And I heard, as it were, the voice of a great multitude, as the sound of many waters, and as the sound of mighty thundering, saying, Hallelujah! For the Lord God omnipotent reigns. Let us be glad and rejoice and give him glory. For the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his wife has made herself ready. And to her it was granted to be arrayed in what? Fine linen, clean and bright, for the fine linen is the righteous acts of the saints. So it is not a white garment, it is your righteous acts. When you are always righteous, when God enables you to live a pure life, your head will not lack oil. It doesn't matter whether the outfit you wear is maroon or gray or green. Those are external. God is dealing with what is inside. A living church is full of those who fear God. He sends whose acts are righteous. Their righteous acts will adorn the bride, the new Jerusalem coming from heaven. That's what it will be decorated with. That's the bride of Christ. You say, what do you mean? You are not the bride of Christ. Are you? You are looking down. See, this is what ignorant people teach you. That's why the church does not fight. They say you are the bride of Christ. So you are dressed in white linen. I can't find any woman that dressed like that this morning. The father brings the person and it's dun, 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 dun. Can a bride fight? Huh? In fact, the garment she's wearing is all wahala. She can't fight. Who is the bride of Christ? Give me the book of Revelation. Let me get your Bible because it's not in my note. Open to Revelation. It was the angel that was showing John, the beloved, the bride of Christ. I think it's chapter 9. There we go. No, it's not 9. What kind of Bible is yours? Chapter 21, verse number 9. It's 9 that I remember. Revelation 21, 9. Then one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls filled with the seven last plagues came to me and took me, saying, Come, I will show you who? The bride. And who is the bride? The Lamb's wife. So if it was John that was part of the church, is the bride, why is he being showed? And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain and showed me the great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God. That city will be decorated by the righteous acts of the saints. That's the white you wear. What you are doing here is providing what will decorate that city, the operational headquarters of God, when he decides to dwell with men on the face of the earth. Do you understand me? But what does Ephesians say? Husband, love your wife as Christ loves the church and gave himself for her. Am I not the bride then? Ephesians 5. I didn't plan to teach this. I just want to deliver you from your ignorance. Ephesians chapter number 5. All right. Ephesians 5, verse 22. You see the difference between the bride, heavenly Jerusalem, and you, that Christ is using here, or the Bible is using metaphor to describe how you must have complete fidelity unto God, a loyal heart, like a woman should be to her husband. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is head of the wife, as also Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, just as the church is subject to Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Go on. Husbands, love your wives, just as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for her, that he might sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of water by the word, that he might present her to himself, a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any sort of thing, but that she should be holy and without blemish. So husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. Go on. For no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it, just as the Lord does the church. For we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. Come on now. Isn't that what Adam said to Eve? For this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. Is using the language of husband and wife to describe and define your loyalty to Christ. He that is joined with Christ is one spirit with him. You are loyal, not that Jesus is going to marry you when you get to heaven. There's no marriage in heaven. Have you not read? If Jesus is going to marry all of us, then he's a polygamist. And I'm a man, I'm not chained to a woman. If he marries me, it becomes gay. The bride of Christ is in heavenly Jerusalem. Your righteous acts will decorate that city. And God wants us to live righteously so that we will be, I don't want to call you flowers in that building, but everybody that sees you will recognize you belong to heavenly Jerusalem, which is not the one that is in bondage with our children now. It's coming from heaven. It's called our mother. You can't take place with your mother. The heavenly Jerusalem is our mother. Galatians chapter 4 is our mother country. Do you understand this? Yes, sir. Okay, I've lost you. Tell your friends to walk out of carnality and walk out of their problems and embrace the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Now, in case you think I'm wasting your time or mine, I don't want you to be fooled by the signboard of any church, whether they are digital or electronic. Don't be deceived by their signboards, because Jesus did not say these signboards shall follow the church. These signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils. They will speak with a new tongue. What else would they do? They would take up serpents. They will put a stop to his activities. I take you up on that. That's not the truth, liar. They will take up serpents, not that they will become snake charmers. They will challenge every error that filters into the church. Say, that can't be right. If they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick, and the sick shall recover. Now, let me tell you this. These people who deceive people, who walk away from the way of understanding and become part of the congregation of the dead, or are they called by God? Who wants to answer? I'm giving you introduction to the gospel of Christ. Were these people called by God? Yes, many of them were. Genuinely called by God, but like Jeroboam, they drift away from the truth. They begin to bring forth idols, and they use occult principles to run the show. Genuinely called by God. I call them Jeroboam churches and Jeroboam pastors, low-lifers who derail people and cause them to drift from the way of truth. Let's see the man Jeroboam, a mighty man of valor. 1 Kings 11, 1 Kings chapter 11, beginning from verse 28. The man Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor. And Solomon, seeing that the young man was industrious, made him the officer of all the labor force of the house of Joseph. Now it happened at that time, when Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, that the prophet Ahijah, the Shilonite, met him on the way. And he had clothed himself with a new garment. And the two were alone in the field. Then Ahijah took hold of the new garment that was on him and tore it into 12 pieces. And he said to Jeroboam, take for yourself 10 pieces. For thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, behold, I will tear the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give 10 tribes to you. But he shall have one tribe for the sake of my servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. Because they have forsaken me and worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, Milcom, the god of the people of Ammon, and have not walked in my ways to do what is right in my eyes, and keep my statutes and my judgments, as did his father David. However, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, because I have made him ruler all the days of his life, for the sake of my servant David, whom I chose because he kept my commandments and my statutes. Listen to this. But I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand and give it to you. How many tribes? 10 tribes. Listen to this promise made to Jeroboam. To his son I will give one tribe, that my servant David may always have a lamb before me in Jerusalem, the city which I've chosen for myself to put my name there. Here we go. Ready? Read. So I will take you, and you shall reign over all your heart desires, and you shall be king over Israel. Then it shall be, if you heed all that I command you, walk in my ways, and do what is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as my servant David did, then I'll be with you and build for you what? An enduring house, as I built for David, and will give Israel to you. And I will afflict the descendants of David because of this, but not forever. Was Jeroboam genuinely called? Why did God take 10 tribes away from Solomon's descendants? Because of idol worshiping. They became idol worshippers. They were worshiping the god of Ammon, the god of Moab, and God said, enough is enough. I'm taking 10 tribes, I'm giving them to you. If you will go the way of David, you will reign forever. Was Jeroboam genuinely called? Okay. Let's go. Same 1 Kings chapter 12. First Kings 12:25. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the mountains of Ephraim and dwelt there. Also he went out from there and built Penuel. And Jeroboam said where? I cannot hear you. This is the insecurity that pushes men into the occult. This is the insecurity that pushes men into idol worshiping. They want more power. They need more crowd. They want the place to be filled. They want to go everywhere, demonstrating false, lying wonders and powers. He said in his heart, wow, look at how big Redeemed Christian Church of God is. I want something like that. But it's not prepared to fast, not prepared to pray, not prepared to seek the face of the Lord, not prepared to go the extra mile, not prepared to be at the beck and call of Jehovah, but wants what Deeper Life has, want what Redeemed has, what this has. So, mumbo jumbo, he said in his heart. Now the kingdom may return to the house of David. If these people go up to offer sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, then the heart of these people will turn back to their Lord, Rehoboam, king of Judah, and they will kill me and go back to Rehoboam, king of... Where did he say it? In his heart. Inferiority complex. God gave you 10 kingdoms. You began to deceive yourself in your heart now. If these people go up, okay, that's that. So what did he do next? Therefore, the king asked advice. And when he asked advice, he said, now, we have checked the book. Even the high priest, the brother of Moses, called Aaron, built one golden calf. So you can do better. Make two. Keep one in Dan and keep one in Bethel. And just as Aaron said, tell the people of Israel, it's a waste of time to go to Jerusalem. These are your gods. Therefore, the king asked advice, made 2 calves of gold, and said to the two, it is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Here are your gods, O Israel, which brought you up from the land of. Those words came from the lips, direct lips of Aaron. And he set up one in the house of God, Bethel. And the other he put in Dan, the judgment of God. Now, this thing became a sin for the people who went to worship before the one as far as Dan. He made shrines on the high places and made priests from every class of people who are not of the sons of Levi. End of story. It didn't stop there. You would notice that April 1, you will do your apostolic summit. So you will design a conference for April 1 so that when you are preaching here, you will hire somebody to preach there so that his people will not leave you to come here. That's what influences programs upon programs upon programs. That's why you will see that about 7-8 churches will have their convention around the same time. Jeroboam ordained a feast in the 15th day of the 8th month. That of God is 14th day of the 7th month. Like the feast that was in Judah, and offered sacrifices on the altar. So he did at Bethel, sacrificing to the calves that he had made. And at Bethel, he installed the priests of the high places which he had made. If you have time, please study 2 Chronicles 11. Rehoboam was going to fight, and God said, this thing is from me, don't fight. So you don't need to go there. When they invite me to such churches, I know the people I send. One of them invited me, remember, sir? He invited me to their convention. He had been looking for me everywhere. He's a person I'd known for a long time. I said, and truly I could not go. I wasn't available. I said, this man is strong enough to go and face them. It was your husband I sent. Remember that trumpet bullet. Now he is calmer. Do you understand me? They need Christ too. So I sent him, and they really enjoyed what you did there. We need to reach them. You don't have to fight them. That's what point I'm making. Rehoboam was going to fight. And God said, I'll fix him myself. I called him, and I will deal with him. My concern is not Jeroboam, low-lifer pastors, congregation of the dead. My concern is the dead within them to receive life and leave their shops empty. Do you understand me? Administered in cherubim and seraphim. No, is it cherub? Is it cherubim? Where is Sister Bola? She has traveled. Huh? Okay, Youth Hall. Saladra Church. When Mama turned 80, I was invited to preach. I had to remove my shoes. I went in there. If you saw Mama, you were there that day. Because I was brought in there, she was frowning. I preached from Psalm 80. And before I started preaching, I said, láti polari kan ọmọ ẹ̀yọ̀, àjànàkú ilé ìpòrò irin mú mi pòkan. Okochinumi, Aburishu Tombolo, Abirishu Barakata Libi. Should I care for my bigger girl? But what gonna be a Google? Oyinbo Pate Leke. Shodeke Pate, but Mama came from Shodeke lineage, which I came from. The moment I said, she opened up, I was able to drive the gospel in. Before you go anywhere, do research. Unto the Jews, I became a Jew. Unto those who are lawless, I became lawless. Not without the law of Christ. I became all things to all men. I'm not asking you to look down on anybody or look down on any church. You did not call them. But if by love doors are open to you, let them know that this white garment is not an outfit done by Sister Musu or by our fashionistas. It is the righteous acts of saints. All right. So shall we then turn to Romans chapter 15 to begin to look at the hope-inspiring message that Paul sent to the Roman church. Romans 15 verse 29. I'll start from verse 29. Romans 15, 29 to 33. But I know that when I come to you, I shall come in, not with. You walk in it. You operate in it. You cannot give what you don't possess. But I know that when I come to you, I shall come in the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Are there English people like, Brother, can you shorten that for me so that it's not that long? I shall come in the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. How many of are there? 4. I shall come in the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. I mean, do you study? I shall come in totality. I shall come in the totality of gospel of Christ. I prefer in the fullness, in the fullness of the blessing of the gospel of Christ. Thank you. Now I beg you, those who sleep on duty, I beg you, brethren, through the Lord Jesus Christ and through the love of the Spirit, that you strive together with me in prayers to God for me, not for you. That I may be delivered from those in Judea who do not believe, and that my service for Jerusalem may be acceptable to the saints. That I may come to you with joy by the will of God, I may be refreshed together with you. Someday we will look at that prayer in details. Now he's now praying for them. The God of peace be with you all. Amen. The passage just read and the others that we will read later in the same book of Romans are clear indicators of why theologians call the book of Romans the Magna Carta of our Christian liberty. Say that with me, the Magna Carta of our Christian liberty. Without any shadow of doubt, the book of Romans is the Magna Carta of our Christian liberty. And just like Magna Carta that was issued in June 1215 as a charter of liberties, the book of Romans constitutes the fundamental guarantee of the believer's rights and privileges. In Romans chapter 1, Apostle Paul expressed his desire to visit the saints in Rome so that he might impart unto them some spiritual gift to the end that they might be established. It is on record. Are you here? It is on record, biblical record, that the faith of this church is known throughout the then known world. So your faith is known throughout the whole world. And here Paul says, there's something missing. There's something missing, and I need to come to you that I may impart unto you some spiritual gift to the end that you may be established. Give me Romans chapter 1, verse number 8. Romans 1:8. Paul kept praying to God without ceasing for them, that he by some means might at last find a way in the will of God to come to them for an active impartation that will establish them in their walk with God. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. Relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Where this country they go? Corn, where would they buy 15 naira? Corn plus coconut 20 naira with ube. That corn now 200. I count them on 357 seed, 200.
This December 11th, Africa's most versatile entertainer, the unorthodox Kofi the Guru, will be clearing his throat. Get ready for another powerful edition of Classy Cool Comedy as Kofi the Guru goes live alongside some amazing guest acts on December 11th at the Terra Culture. Time is 5 p.m. prompt, no African time. Tickets 10,000 naira. Everyone is a VIP. Tickets are available at www.kofidaguru.com and www.grandtickets.ng and Sewing Executive Salon, 132 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For VVIP table bookings, WhatsApp 0802-352-7965. This is for those who want value for money. Kofi the Guru Live, powered by Fun Media, proudly supported by.
Campaign tí Jandor fẹ́ ṣe láti di gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Mo lémi ò ní ṣe campaign àwọn tó máa dúró sọ́ọ̀kan tọ́ọ̀ tí ẹ mọ ibi tá à ń gbé báwo ló ṣe rí. Mo ní màá mójú mi lọ gbogbo wọ́ọ̀dù bámbám kí n rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. Mo ti débílẹ̀ ni mo ti rí. Mo ń padà bọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láti wá tún àdúgbò yìí ṣe. Ìjọba tí Jandor fẹ́ ṣe ìjọba mẹ̀kúnnù ni o. Ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ táwa máa ṣe. Èyí tí ìjọba máa fún àwọn ọmọ ní uniform láti secondary àti primary. Tá tún fún wọn láwọn òwe tó máa lò ń bẹ̀. Ẹ wá gbọ́ o, uniform tá fẹ́ fún àwọn ọmọ yẹn kò ń ṣe nǹkan tí máa gbé ní contract fún company kan àfẹ́nìkan ó ti o. Àwọn tailor tó wà lálẹ́mọ̀ṣọ́ ló máa rántí gbogbo school tó wà lálẹ́.
Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jandor as Governor of Lagos State. PDP, power to the people.
Shiloh is ordained a family convocation.
God shall be launching every one of us into the highways of life.
I've returned like that one leper to return all the glory to the God of Shiloh.
21-year barrenness destroyed.
God bless me with these twins, baby boys.
No sickness, I was healed. I am here to return all the glory back to God of Shiloh.
Expectation is key to his manifestations. Prepare yourself for this family feast. It's a family feast. This coming Shiloh is your Shiloh.
Watch live on Plus TV Africa, DSTV 408, Star Times 308.
Shiloh 2022. And then the land was subdued before them.
Good morning, I am Messi Boko. This is the news brief. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, will resume Abuja-Kaduna passenger train service on Monday with only 2 return services, according to the statement from the Managing Director of the NRC, Fidet Okira, saying the first train will depart Rigasa train station in Kaduna State to Abuja by 8 a.m., while from Abuja, the first train will depart Idu train station to Kaduna State by 9:45 a.m. The NRC management also revealed that as part of new security measures, it will now be mandatory for passengers to present their national identity numbers and valid boarding ticket before they would be allowed on board. NRC suspended train service along the route after Boko Haram terrorists attacked the passenger train on March the 28th, 2022 on Kaduna-Abuja Road. The terrorists later released hostages in trenches with the latest release coming on October the 5th, 2022. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and Trade Union Congress have threatened to embark on strike to protest the lingering fuel scarcity across states. In a joint statement, the leaders of the union lamented the lack of fuel price increases and along lines in filling stations. The collection of permanent voters' cards, PVC, by eligible voters for the 2023 general elections will begin from 12th of December 2022. This is according to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The INEC National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. He said the commission will met on Thursday and deliberated on several issues, including the dates for the collection of the PVCs across the country. Meanwhile, United Nations Office for West Africa and Sahel has advised the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, political actors and security agencies to put in mechanism in place that will effectively address any issue arising from political campaigns and election misconduct come 2023. At a one-day summit in Kaduna, the commission said peace must be prioritized, stressing the need for candidates and their supporters to shun acts that could breach it. Two former heads of state have endorsed the presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, for the 2023 elections. This is according to the convener of Big Tent Coalition of Political Parties, Social Movement and Civil Society Organization, Professor Pat Utomi. According to him, Labour Party has enough positive structures in place than other political parties to recapture Nigeria from those who have held the country down. He said the Big Tent had worked at developing real structures for Obi, adding that the opposition to Obedient would be shocked by the result.
In South Africa, the world level people discuss policy issues for the ANC. It goes from that world level, that's what structure is. Not the criminal arrangements we have in Nigeria for rigging elections. Now we have, as Big Tent, worked at developing real structures. And they're going to be shocked by what they will see. The way that I have described the Big Tent organizational structure is an organic bulb of complex redundancy. What is an organic bulb? Take the onion, it's an organic bulb. Layers, layers. Many of the Peter Obi support groups of their own have structure that can win this election. But when we then layer them one after the other in a coordinated arrangement, and the redundancy exists and is complex, they will find that at every ward, at every polling station on election day, we will have literally, in the worst kind of place, we will have 20 people who belong to this structure. In the past, what they used to do, they come, somebody doesn't have an agent or has some agent that has been given 5,000, or they give the person 30,000 and get away, my friend, and they write whatever result they want. It won't happen in this election.
The Forum of Christian and Muslim political leaders from 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory on Friday adopted the People's Democratic Party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, as its consensus candidate for the 2023 general elections. The forum has commenced a massive mobilization of Northerners against All Progressive Congress APC same fate ticket and urged Northerners to vote for PDP candidate for unity and progress of the country. A former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dagoro, is one of the group's promoters. The decision read out by Deputy Governor of Kogi State, Simon Achuba, at the end of a meeting of leaders and delegates from North held at the Atiku Abubakar Hall of Shehu Musa Yaradua Center in Abuja.
7.5 years of APC government has endangered widespread national perception of its inability to tackle security challenges and turn around the national economy. Is that correct? 3. A further corresponding albatross on its neck is the unfortunate self-inflicted divisive same-fate ticket, which cannot guarantee the desired peace, unity, and cohesion in Nigeria, a decision that has been kicked against by a huge population of Nigerians. While the duo of NNPP and Labour Party may emerge as strong contenders in the political arena in the future, from all indications, PDP appears to be the best option to adopt and support. All it takes is to sustain and tackle some of the problems and challenges this country is facing. We hereby recommend for the adoption of the PDP to all lovers of democracy in Nigeria for the 2023 presidential election.
Meanwhile, the spokesman of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, has berated the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, for endorsing the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar for the presidency in 2023. The Forum of Christian and Muslim Political Leaders from 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory FCT had adopted Abubakar as a consensus candidate for next year's election. Keyamo, who reacted to the endorsement in a series of tweets on his Twitter handle, dismissed the forum's decision as inconsequential. Commercial activities around Lagos Island and its surroundings were almost brought to a halt as supporters of the All Progressive Congress APC stormed Onikon Stadium for the flag-off of the re-election campaign of Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat. Plus TV News correspondent Lovie Kuku tells more in this report.
It was a colorful and carnival-like outing. Supporters and members of the APC besieged the stadium to show solidarity for Sanwo-Olu's second term in next year's election. The excited crowd became more frenzied when the governor and his deputy arrived. Straight to the business of the day, Governor Sanwo-Olu commended Lagosians for their commitment and support to the party and its candidates. He described his journey in office as interesting and a challenging one.
It's been a time where we've seen global disruption worldwide, where we've seen global economic meltdown, where we've seen global health issues. But your state, your government, continue to remain resolute, remain committed. I want to thank you. I want to thank you because in the last 3.5 years, we have all traversed very difficult terrain, but we have come out better, stronger, and better.
Sanwo-Olu also highlighted on the theme of his re-election campaign, Greater Lagos Rising.
Lagos is rising, given all of our modest achievements on our team's agenda. Is it on transportation and traffic management? You have seen, you can see Kwamon Afsan, you can see the completion of our rail projects. You have seen rail in Lagos for the first time in over 40-50 years. That will be an intra-city rail project.
Lagos APC chairman Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi urged the electorate to speak with their permanent voter cards.
You cherish our functional government. You believe in the friendship we have established with you, and you see hope in our style of government. You believe in Sanwo-Olu and see APC as your party. You want us to continue to lead to greater heights because you know that with our population, this state cannot be left in the hands of experimenters.
Ojelabi said APC was a symbol of progress and urged the people to continue to sustain the party and Governor Sanwo-Olu and his deputy in power to continue to move the state to a greater height. Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
Labour Party has released its manifesto targets possible. The head of media of the Presidential Campaign Council of the party, Dinro Onifade, said the 62-page manifesto by Dr. Peter Obi campaign is anchored on 7 thematic areas, which include security, production, institutional reforms, industrial revolution, infrastructural development, human capital development, and robust foreign policy. Igbo leaders from all walks of life gathered together to address the state of the nation with regards to how the country has been governed over the years. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Lubobokun was at the event, and here's the report.
Globally, the issue of good governance has taken front burner in recent times, as it is an indispensable requirement for social, economic, and political development. Yet, good governance continues to be a source of worry and a big challenge to most countries, including Nigeria. Our system of governance is good when it is legitimate, participatory, transparent, and accountable, responsive to the needs of the people, and promotes equity and equality.
Before government, there is family. What happened within the circle of the family affects the government, because it's what you carry from the ground, it's what you put on your head.
It to the governance of this country, you know we can't do much without women. Women are the mothers of this nation. If we do anything less the women, we must surely fail.
Fundamentals of good governance have become a mighty beacon where there are high-level corruption, insecurity, political instability, abuse of law, public service failure, abject poverty, acute youth unemployment, inequality, and the weakening of institutions.
Good governance is knowing what you're going in for. If you want to be a person interested in good governance, you must run away from extravaganza. What do I mean by that? You're a governor or a president, you have a very long convoy. What are you showing off for? You're already in office. Secondly, you must have the competence. You must have been prepared. When I say prepared, I mean education, practical experience, ability to speak, ability to communicate. Because if you cannot communicate, then you cannot lead.
Normally, an Igbo person doesn't care who governs them, doesn't care who becomes the president, doesn't care whether they will become the president. But now, our eyes is opening because we have understood that governance can affect our life.
To progress from bad to good governance and from weak to strong development performance, Nigerian political leaders must adhere to the core fundamentals of good governance, without which social, economic, and political development will continue to be an illusion. Emmanuel Olubobokun, Plus TV News.
Nigerian governors have blamed the rising poverty in the country on insecurity. The governors also blamed the federal government for failing in its primary responsibility to cater to the welfare of the citizenry. This was contained in a statement by the Director of Media for the Nigerian Governors Forum, Abdulrazak Bakindo. The NGF statement was a response to a comment by the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba, who attributed poverty rate in Nigeria to governors' misplaced priority. He blamed the governors for prioritizing the construction of infrastructure such as bridges and airports in cities and state capitals over improving the lives of people in rural community. Nigerian security agents make a lot of sacrifice to keep the nation together, and the least citizens can do is support them with prayers. This and more were the issues raised when a non-governmental organization known as Prayer and Support for Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies paid a courtesy call on the Olu of Warri, Ogiame Atuase III. Our correspondent Jesse C. has more details.
With increase in the number of crude oil theft, sea piracy, kidnapping,
banditry and other forms of violent crimes in Nigeria, all eyes are on the nation's security agencies to up their games in tackling these issues, which have continued to plague the hearts of citizens. With some achievements already made, it is believed that more can be done with the needed prayers and physical support to the military men and women who sometimes have to make ultimate sacrifices, leaving their loved ones behind. This is the reason behind this visit to the Oluwafori.
We have taken this campaign to various communities, churches, mosques, and parks across Nigeria, and we are optimistic that bringing it to the big heart of the nation, Delta State, will achieve positive results as experienced elsewhere with the support of His Majesty. We shall be organizing a 2-day event with the theme Security in Nigeria and Civilians' Participation in Lagos, where Nigerians drawn from all walks of life will be equipped with requisite knowledge on the enormous efforts of the military and other security agencies.
Responding, the Olu stresses the need for Nigerians to pray for professionalism in all ranks of the military.
We have to pray that there is a strong sense of professionalism from the top all the way down to the bottom. A strong sense of patriotism, devoid of biases, ethnic, religious, tribal. And I think if we are rid of those biases and those sentiments, prayers will just be an icing on the cake. No matter the enemy, no matter the opposition, if the security agencies are sincere to themselves and they are open to honest counsel within themselves, prayer is just an icing on the cake. It will not stop us from praying.
The group is hoping to visit more states with this advocacy, calling for more support to the military and urging residents to shun acts of criminality. Jesse Ese for Plus TV.
An urgent meeting of South Africa's ruling party to discuss the future of South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has been delayed as calls continue for his resignation amid scandal over money stolen from his farm. The African National Congress National Executive Committee on Friday had been expected to discuss a parliamentary report which suggests Ramaphosa had violated anti-corruption laws related to theft in 2020, or in 2020, I beg your pardon, of millions of dollars that had been stashed in a couch. Ramaphosa had denied wrongdoing, saying the stolen money was proceeds from the sale of animals at his farm and that he was not involved in any criminal conduct. And outside Africa, $60 price cap on seaborne Russian oil agreed by a group of 7 nations and Australia is not serious and will do little to deter Russia from waging war in Ukraine, so says President Vladimir Zelensky. The European Union is now set to approve the cap after the G7 and Australia struck a deal. The measure came amidst to reduce Russians' income from selling oil while preventing a spike in global prices. The head of Zelensky's administration, Andriy Yermak, had earlier said the cap should be set at $30 to destroy the enemy's economy quicker. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has accused Russia of deliberate cruelty in its war in Ukraine, saying Moscow was intentionally targeting civilians. Austin told the Reagan National Defense Forum in Simi Valley, California, that Russia attacks have left children dead and destroyed hospitals and schools. Russia had been pounding Ukraine's electricity infrastructure since early October, causing blackouts and leaving millions without heating as temperature permute. Russia says that the assaults do not target civilians and are meant to reduce Ukraine's ability to fight and push it to negotiate, though Kyiv says its attacks are a war crime. And in business news, the World Bank has described the level and quality of infrastructure in Nigeria as low despite the federal government's claim of borrowing finance borrowing to finance infrastructure. In its Nigerian Public Finance Review report, the World Bank said that Nigeria's physical infrastructure gap would likely reach $3 trillion in the next 30 years. He added that Nigeria's development outcomes were among the lowest globally, which indicated high public spending needs. And in entertainment news, veteran Nollywood actor Pete Edochie has revealed how he felt when his son, Joel Edochie, disclosed he had picked his colleague, Judy Austin, as a second wife. Speaking in an interview, Edochie said he did not feel good about his son's decision, but that it was his choice to make. According to him, I don't feel good, but like I said, I'm a Christian and I read the Bible. Solomon, with 700 wives and 300 concubines, was a rebranded man of wisdom. It's his choice, and for whatever reason, he decided to take a second wife. That's what I say. And now in sports news, Lionel Messi was featured as Argentina progressed to the quarterfinals of the World Cup with a 2-1 win over Australia. Messi marked the 1,000th senior game of his career with a measured finish for the breakthrough goal late in the first half, and the goalkeeper Maitland's error allowed Julian Alvarez to double the advantage early in the second half. There were late scares for the Argentina after Greg's Goodwin shot deflected in Enzo Fernandez, and he needed a dramatic tackle from Lisandro Martinez and a fine save from Emiliano Martinez for them to hold on. It was sprinted effort from Australia, who went into the game as overwhelming underdogs, but it's Messi and Argentina who will face the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Messi Abokpo. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Hello Lagos, let's talk. I can't even ask you how you're doing. We're all here. We all know the truth. We're not doing too well. Every time we think we have seen the worst, somehow, the ones we handed our dear state will always find a way to outdo themselves in how bad things can get. For 23 years, they have rewarded the love of the people with so little. We are the wealthiest state in Nigeria, but let me ask you, Lagos, how wealthy do you really feel? Can you imagine another 4 years of no real solution to waking up at 4 a.m. every day because of that awful traffic across Lagos metropolis? Or 4 more years of being scared to stop at the traffic lights because of traffic robbers? I don't think we can continue with another 4 years of 2 million of our children still out of school.
Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran, Jandor, as Governor of Lagos State. PDP, power to the people.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Okay, John.
Yeah, since the last time we were here, that's exactly 7 days ago, so much has happened within our family circles and in this great country of ours, Nigeria.
Yeah.
So, and you did all over the world, Helen.
Yeah.
In all, God has kept us alive, and that's what is most important. So, the program today is a celebration of life and appreciation to God for His mercies. Hello and welcome to the program. I am John Senaya.
And having come this far, from January up till this month, we must count ourselves blessed to be alive, healthy and safe. I'm Oma Helen Odele, and I warmly welcome you to the platform where the welfare of the family is our priority. Now, this is Today with John and Helen live, and we are reaching you from the studios of Plus TV Africa here in Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria.
You asked at West Africa.
Okay, West Africa.
So today we plan to serve you an interesting diet of enlightenment, heartwarming information, and refreshing entertainment, all packed in a fast-paced conversation, keep fit sessions, and an excursion into the world of real estate with M.I. Okoro and Associates. And of course, much more.
Yeah, and have you been around Lagos? It's a beautiful sight to behold. Christmas has indeed come early. The city is wearing a brilliant look. How is your shopping going and your planning or your plan for the season? Now, please just keep your response on hold while we take a very quick break right about now. The program is still Today with John and Helen, and we will return in a bit. Please stay with us.
engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Yes, of course, with great pleasure, we welcome you back to the program. Thanks for staying with us. Today, our attention is focused on a feeling that we all experience, an emotion, a reaction that, if not recognized and tamed, and is capable of causing harm to everyone around us. Anger and its management is our topic today.
Yes, John. Anger as an emotional reaction which can unleash upon the family many physical and psychological disturbances and diseases, we have been told. And to help us understand better the scope and the effect of anger and how we can manage it, or how we must learn to manage it, is Dr. Timi Oyebode. She's a seasoned, passionate, and certified professional counselor with over 70 years experience. We shall get to see her in a short while.
Yeah, so many talking points this week, Helen. First, I would like to remind us of the deadline for our currency, the change in our currency, which is the middle of December.
It looks like
That
nothing
means,
is happening. People,
Helen, go to your backyard, dig up all your old Naira notes and go change.
You're very wicked, you know. You're going to send some people looking for where I live. I have nothing hidden anywhere. But seriously, I hope we're all aware, as the day passes, we get closer to that closing point.
Yeah,
and there's no need keeping any money after that date, So,
absolutely.
So don't do the Nigerian thing. Don't keep procrastinating. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Do it right now.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
You're correct.
And we're told that the ASU, the lecturers have been paid their full salary for the month of November.
Yeah, but that's not everything. That's not all of the outstanding.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's still a little problem there. So, well, anyway.
It's not Uhuru yet, right?
Yeah. I was even going to talk about, the difficulty I had this morning getting to the studio. Because unannounced, without warning, the whole of Lagos Island was under, lock and key.
But give it to Lagos. Sometimes when things like this are happening, when things are happening, they send words across.
Yeah,
so maybe you haven't been that observant. I was caught up in that too.
Yeah, a lot of people are complaining that they never got any warning, so it couldn't have been just me.
Okay. And to compound that is also the fuel crisis.
The fuel crisis.
The filling station traffic.
Yep.
Joining this one, it's Lagos is really, really a no-go area today. So if you're stepping out, please ensure you have an idea of the routes that you could take, to avoid this traffic.
I like your
battle.
route. That's the American entry.
Okay, route.
Route is the British entry.
Hey, John, the motivational, okay, thank you for that correction.
All right, Helen.
Any other thing that we need to roll our minds with?
Yeah, of course. Interesting news that the Abuja-Kaduna train service will resume on the 5th of December. Well, I hope that it's not just resuming. I hope that all the safety precautions will be taken to make.
You got the look on my face when you say interesting news. Yeah, it's a good thing that that service is being restored.
But what about security?
So that we don't go back.
Yeah,
so that lives are not lost again. You can't imagine the difficulty that a lot of the people whose family members were abducted, went through, and those who died. We must not go there again.
Yeah,
we must not.
I hope so.
So security must be beefed up before that service, is restored.
Right.
Okay. A wrong expression of anger can affect relationships and the ability to maximize our potentials. You agree with me? And so it is very important that we take a critical look at anger and its management. And to join us right about now is a professional, Dr. Timi Oyebode. She's a founder and head counselor, Attitude Development International, an organization that is focused on promoting professional counseling and counseling education in Africa. She's a seasoned and passionate and certified professional counselor with over 17 years experience. Dr. Timi is an associate chartered mediator and conciliator with the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC.
I wonder how you didn't bite your tongue.
I'm learning very fast.
Well, Dr. Timi Oyebode is passionate about family, that we must know. Young persons as well, healing and restoration from trauma, and her focus is on mental health, emotional wellness, self-discovery, trauma, abuse, addiction, and sex recovery therapy.
She's the Vice President, African Network of Professional Counselors, Vice Chairman, Lagos Chapter of CASON, that is the Counseling Association of Nigeria, and a lot more. We are so pleased to be able to drag her out of her very busy schedule, despite the fact that she actually has an event going on right now, but she had to put that on hold to be able to be with us in the studio. We are indebted to you. Good morning.
So someone says Timi, I say Timi, which is the correct one?
Good morning,
Good
and
morning.
thank you for having me.
Yes.
Both are correct, actually. Timi.
Okay.
Either way, I would respond.
Yeah, great,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
So, like I say, let's dive into
You
it.
dive in.
Okay, so I'll dive in first. Now, and I want you, Dr. Oyebode, to please set the table for our session today. Tell us, what is anger? Is it an action or is it a reaction?
All right. Oh, interesting conversation, really. Anger. Anger indeed is an emotion, much more a reaction than an action. But we would see the action. Okay. So when we say a reaction, you were saying something, an action that comes with a response. So it says both. It is an action. It is as well a reaction, because it's majorly an emotions or an emotional reaction.
Okay.
That tells us something is going on in the mind. And of course, there are basic, when we talk about anger in that context, it's also important to know that there are basic reactions that anger plays out with, which includes when we talk about, okay, maybe passive anger, or we talk about assertive anger, or we talk about, how am I displaying this? What's playing out? Okay, so am I reacting, or am I actually acting out a planned thought, a planned response? So those are key things that then determines what anger is for us.
So it can be deliberate and it can be spontaneous.
Exactly.
All of that put together.
Exactly.
Wow.
Emotions are actually spontaneous reactions or spontaneous responses to whatever is going on in our mind per time. And so anger is just one of such emotions that could either be spontaneous, mostly spontaneous, but it becomes deliberate when you have mastered what we call EQ, that's emotional intelligence, okay, to the point where you could have a good sense of your triggers or what's likely to make you angry, and then you are in control. You become deliberate, and that's where we talk about as assertive anger. Assertive anger, in that context, you are deliberately getting angry, and then using that to address an issue, and not just an emotional reactions that you are not in control of.
All right, so having heard that much, my next question is, where does the feeling of anger start? Is it from the head or the heart?
Okay, interesting actually, because usually sometimes I ask people, where do they think the mind is? Is the mind in the head or
in the heart?
In the heart. And definitely we still get that response. Okay, a lot of people will go for either head or heart and all. But you see, when we talk about the mind space is not something tangible. It's not something we can hold on to. And we know a lot goes on in the mind. However, when we pick anger specifically, there is a part of the brain. Now, anger has a lot to do when it comes to the brain reactions and how it is playing out in our head.
In our head.
In our head. Exactly. So that being put out is to say then, if we understand what goes on in our brain, if we understand what goes on with our body and how it responds to what is going on in our head, then we would understand that it's more from the head.
Wow.
But when I say I love you,
We
I do
think
that.
yeah, emotional
But when
matters.
I say I feel you,
Okay, because scientists make us to understand that there is the amygdala, that's a part of the brain that actually defines our responses to pressure, to fear, to hunger, and all of that. And then we have also the prefrontal, the cortex part of the brain also, that determines our responses to what goes on around us. So we can't talk about anger without talking about the brain. And the brain is physical, the brain is located in our head.
But you see, the feeling of anger, it's like it's something we carry around with us everywhere we go, just waiting to use it. So what really ignites? What ignites anger?
Okay. When we say ignite, ignite sounds like something sudden, something sparked.
Like you like
something.
Yes.
Reality is that anger is natural to every one of us.
So it's there.
It's there. It's a natural response to things that we are displeased with or that puts us in a state of fear. Anything that makes us uncomfortable can trigger or could ignite, if I would use the word, anger. So it's not, it's more or less like something that is part of us as humans. We're naturally prone to respond to anything that we're displeased with. And to think of it, when we talk about that ignite, there's a perception that, there's a particular gender that is more in tune or prone to, get that sparked.
Tell me that gender.
There is a belief. It's not a fact, is it?
It's not a fact. However, there is also a misconception somewhere there. Let me give it this way. So there's a myth out there, there's a belief out there that women are more emotional and men are more logical. But research has proved otherwise. Research says, and when we talk emotions, we're talking about, anger is one of it, emotional. Anger is one of the emotions that's to come out of this. And so over the years, people had this perception that women are more emotional and men are more logical. But research
has proven that wrong.
Proven otherwise, that men are more emotional and women are more logical. Now, why would that also
that's what
play
research
out?
says.
Yes, please. Okay. And why would that even play out? Because we're talking about anger and emotions. Now, there is the testosterone, which is the hormone, which is more the male hormone.
Yes.
And now,
That's
naturally,
the man.
and that's actually the hormone that comes to play when you're talking about anger. And it's natural. God made us that way. It's put in us. And which is why you would see that when it comes to protecting or fighting battles, territories, you need anger. And then when we start talking about the positive side of anger, you'll get that. Why anger comes in. Because you can't fight for your territory if you don't get angry.
Wow. Okay.
So men could easily put up that emotion, whip up that emotion, take charge, if they learn to use it positively.
Okay. Learning to use it positively. So sometimes the feeling of anger causes people to become irrational. And we're looking at anger management. So how can this feeling be suppressed? Can it, and how can it, if it can?
The word suppress, it's not so healthy.
Okay.
When we suppress any of our emotions, we actually are just reserved it for the day it's going to pop up right in our face.
Bottling it up.
Exactly. So rather than suppress, what would be better of is how to understand the emotions and your reactions, and how then to plan out your response ahead, so that you're not suppressing it, but you're actually responding appropriately as you would want to respond.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm quickly thinking in my head, is there a relationship between anger, violence, you know, rage? We come up with all of these words interchangeably. Is there some?
Okay, there is a relationship, definitely, but they are all distinct words with different meanings, actually. So when we say, oh, violence, of course, like I said earlier, there are some reactions that you need anger to propel. As in,
does one lead to the other?
Exactly. So if there is no anger, there might be no violence. Okay, and if anger is properly managed, there might be no need for rage. Rage is an art of, you know, when it comes to temper or throwing a tantrum, you know, now you're hitting things, you're banging tables, you're breaking stuff. That is another level. That is now no longer you just being angry. You are now exhibiting rage. And if it is violence, you are actually attacking another person with the state of mind you are in as at that time. So they are all interrelated, but they can actually also stand individually. Depends on the context.
Context. Yeah. Now, you've talked about the mind. You said something about the mind space. Now let's go into the body.
Okay.
All right. Because I don't think we can talk about anger without touching on cortisol, adrenaline, and all those things that chemical things. Can you educate us a bit about those things?
Okay, this is how it works out. Like I said earlier, there's a part of our brain that actually determines and triggers this. So that we won't come up with so much big jargon.
Technicals. Yeah.
Yes. I think it's good that the audience just simply understand that there is an hormone that runs through our body, okay, that defines or determines the level of that hormone pumped per time would determine what your most likely response would be. Now, these hormones could be at a state of rest, as in a bit calm, or they could be pumping faster than the regular, depends on what is happening to you. And this is where stress comes in a whole lot to determine your response. So if you have this high level of cortisol, or you have some of this testosterone running faster in your being, you are likely to be more aggressive, more dramatic in the expression of your anger.
Which takes me back to the question that says, what ignites, right? You've talked about the hormones and all those things that are down there. Let's imagine that that's like fuel or petrol. And then something triggers it. That's what ignites it.
Yes.
So are you saying that they both work together, you know?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. They all, yes. And that is,
erupt,
that is why understanding this dynamics or this triangle would be very good for every one of us to be able to control our anger.
Yeah.
Being able to understand that your natural disposition, who you are, okay, your personality type, your engagement level also has a place to play in your display of anger. That's why, remember I said earlier, we have some passive aggression, passive anger. Some people do get angry, but
they hold it down.
They're holding it on. It's not that they're in control.
That's me.
They're not in control, but they're just holding it.
Yeah.
Okay? Some other people might not be. So we could have phlegmatics more in that space. Hold it. Hold it. We could have melancholies more in that space. Hold it. And then you could have a choleric who is more outright with their anger. I'm displeased with you. I'm angry with you. And then they give it to you straight up. Okay? So your personality type has a whole lot to do with how you express your anger. That's one. Another one is your background.
Yeah.
Okay? Where you're coming from. If you're coming from a background where anger is freely displayed, you might find yourself
easily,
just
you think it's normal, it's natural.
Exactly.
It's a family pattern.
Exactly. or you grew up in some neighborhoods where it's everyday thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's how to communicate.
And
you know,
live in
and
a place like Lagos, where on the streets, ooh,
you know,
you're
so background, environment could also add to that.
Yeah.
Of course, also is what we call childhood traumas. All right, particularly childhood traumas that has to do with a sense of betrayal or abandonment. When someone has a huge sense of people are not trustworthy, people are wicked, people want to take advantage of me. That's how it has always been over the years.
Yeah.
Such a person would be short fused, as in
I like that word, short fused.
Yeah.
So every other
The threshold
we're all fitted with our
for
different
endurance and
types.
would be
very low.
reduced, yes. And of course, maybe the last one that is maybe more common that I would want to mention quickly, although there are several other things that could ignite it, that could be hid. Okay, stress.
Okay, stress. So let's get to the real reason we are here. We have established what anger is and how it comes about. How do we identify that the anger is not, that the kind of anger we feel is not that which is needed for the society to develop, for relationship to blossom and all of that, especially from the family level?
Okay, like I said, being able to understand what kind of anger you're displaying per time is key. And I said earlier that assertive anger is the best ideal. Okay, when your anger destroys, when your anger, after you're done exhibiting the anger, you're not even feeling good with yourself, then you know something is wrong. It's
so
not
what
healthy.
can one do? How do we manage anger?
Fantastic. First of all, be aware. Be aware of what triggers your anger. So that takes us into the place of self-management first. What are your understanding of the various emotions? You know, one big part of it is you are not even, it's the fact that many do not even have the right words to describe how they are feeling. And so they are trying to express themselves. They are raising their voice, and someone is saying, "You're getting angry," and no, I'm not angry. I'm not angry, and that's even difficult to understand or to express. So it's key that being aware includes you being aware of the language used to express your emotions. Are you upset? Are you displeased? Are you hungry? You must be able to find the right word to express how you feel. Added to that also is that you also must have what we call your is it your coolant now, or your what you used to tell yourself, calm down, baby, calm down, baby. You know, I'm still in control. Because once you have a sense of loss of control or powerlessness, you are likely to erupt. You're likely to lose totally.
And
So-
those coolants are individualistic. You can develop it with
Every one of us has to have what your own would be. For some people, when they are in the process, when they are in therapy, we encourage that they have someone like an accountability partner who notifies you, who tells you, or gives you a sign language or signal to you, like you're going overboard. You know, calm down, calm down. Some people, water, I always recommend, water is a beautiful therapeutic measure to control your hunger. If you can go around with a bottle of water in your bag, in your car, you will be amazed how much you begin to have more control over your emotions.
Okay, quickly
Final
now,
question.
final one. This morning I don't know if it was, I was upset, I was displeased, and I was angry all at the same time.
Okay.
Because the whole of the island, was blocked. I tried to use some of the side roads to come out,
Good.
and then this gentleman comes
Good.
and he locks the gate to
He's
the street.
angry at something
He
that's...
locks the gate to the street, and he says, "I'm the chairman of this, so all of you have to go back." I was angry.
Good.
Now, if you drive around Lagos, you'll see so many people like
Of
me,
such, yeah.
who will be angry about. We're always angry at each other. Are we saying that we are angry people?
I would rather say that we are a people without a sense of control of our emotions. Many are lacking with emotional intelligence. Okay, and that is why we are where we are actually. Now, we need to understand just like the scenario you painted of what happened this morning, if you allow the man who had blocked you off is actually trying to control you at that moment.
Yeah.
Now, that person had stepped in you, had done something, and he expects a reaction. The reaction expected is a display of anger. Okay?
And he got it.
And he got it. So at that moment, he's calling the shots. At that moment, he controls you. So once we have good understanding of that, and then we know that, okay, so someone just said something negative, that person expects something from me, that means if I respond otherwise or in another way or contrary, I would be in control rather than give the control to the person. So it's key that we are in that space where you are more in control, especially when you're dealing with external people. I once had a client who was referred from his workplace because he had hit another staff. Okay, he was a senior officer, and then one of his subordinates had said something rude to him, and
he flipped.
Yes, and not just flipped, hit this guy, and then of course went into punching. He was senior to this guy.
Wow.
And you know, he was referred in for anger management therapy, which is one of our courses, and then had to begin to explore and began to find out his background, had to find out how to manage these emotions, and then giving power back to him.
Now,
Power
you know what?
back
You
to
know
the
what?
individual.
So just
Because
so
so
that-
many things have been thrown up this
Yeah.
morning. And
Ju-
you know, when we're looking at this topic, we didn't know it was going to go to all of the directions it went.
Well, just so that the producer doesn't flip, you know, this morning, they've been screaming in my ears that
Time to go.
time to go, time to go. But I must
Yeah.
really say that, you
Thank
know,
you.
we've thoroughly enjoyed this
Yes.
session.
Yes, yes.
And I hope that very soon again, we'll bring you back and let's talk more about anger management.
Yeah.
Thank
My
you ever so
pleasure.
much, Dr.
My
Imade.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank
And
you.
I'm also very pleased that you say there's therapy. You know, it means that a lot of people identify that they're in that place and they come for help.
They
and
should
they
come
do
for
get help
yes.
and get back on their feet.
Yes.
That's excellent.
We all
news.
need that help and
Thank
support.
You.
We all
Thank
do.
you. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
And I wish you the best, you know, with your event today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
All right.
Well, I'm so certain that the conversation has hit home and offered answers to many of our questions relating to anger and management. Once again, thank you so much, Doctor.
And that was really helpful. We salute and appreciate you once again. And you are still watching your Family Focus program today with John and Ellen. Next is a quick stopover at the gym with our Keep Fit coach, Dolly Phillips.
Yeah, Dolly.
And after that,
Immediately after that, we'll be joined with by the real estate property magnates, M.I. Okoro and Associates. They will bring us closer to achieving our dream of owning our own homes or homes. But right now, it's time to keep fit. One technique of keeping anger at bay, you'll say. Over to you, Dolly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. I'm Dolly Phillips, as always, and we're here at Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1 in Lagos. So today we are going to be focusing on those legs. Woo! Get ready. Obviously, as always, we're going to start with a quick warm-up. So let's get into that warm-up. Deep breath in and out, and in and out. Give me those shoulders rolls backwards. Yes, give me 4. Oh, nice. Very nice. Forward, 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 forward. One more. Circle those arms back. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hand circle forward. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to use those hips. So let's open up those hips. Very good. Now close it up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's reach out to the side. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Circle down. Back to the center and other side. Let's go. Reach. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way down and round and back to the center. Are we ready? Okay. What's our very first workout? We're going to sit down into that squat there, and we're going to step out to the side. That's our first workout. And your time starts now. Let's go. Sit back down. Push that bum back. Step 1, 2, 3. Very good. 4. Squeeze those abs. 5. Keep them tight. 6. I told you, when we sit in our squats, we work those lower abs. Come on. Yes. Big smile on your face. 5 seconds left. In 3, 2, 1, and time. Next one, we're going to do a narrow squat and kick forward. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Come on, let's go. Down and kick. Very good. Down and kick. Nice one. Down and kick. Remember, knees behind the toes. Protect those knees. We need them for a long time. And back. Good. Down and kick. Awesome. Last kick. Oh, very nice. What are we doing? Here, here, out. Opening those hips. Open, close, kick. Let's go. Open, close, kick. Good. Open, close. For those hips, come on. Open, close, kick. Keep it. Open, close, kick. You need your balance for this one. Good. Open, close. Last one. Awesome. All right, we're moving to the next one. We're doing our jump squats. You know, let's go. Squat, jump, squat. Squat, jump, squat. If you can't jump, just come up. Squat, up, squat. That's it. But if you can jump, at that jump, come on. Land light. 5 more seconds. On the ball of your feet. 3, 2, last one. Yes. Nice work. Come on. You know we're going to do that one again. Ay, ay, ay. Those legs are burning. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Squat, up, squat. Squat, up, squat. Good. If you want to make it harder, click those heels. Yeah, why not? If you can't, stay here for me. 5 more seconds. Let's go. 3, 2, and 1. Awesome. Spider-Man walk. That is a killer on the legs. So set this one here. We're going to tap the ankles. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. You've got this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and time. Ooh, yeah. What you do on the left, you must do on the right. Are you ready? Come on. Let's go. 1, 2. Tap those ankles. 3, 4, 5. Squeeze those out. 5. Good. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more. 10, 9. Feel the burn here. 7. Come on. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Awesome. Awesome. Just show those muscles some love. Sorry, hamstrings. Sorry, quads. Sorry, glutes. Well done, everyone. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Yes, thanks for staying with us, and welcome to the Global Real Estate Solutions segment, brought to you by M.I. Okoro and Associates. Join us to get closer to becoming owners of that choice property is Chief Mbakwe again. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you
Welcome
so much. Thank
again.
You, thank you, Helen.
Okay. So the Global Real Estate and Housing Solution with M.I. Okoro and Associates, the primary objective of this segment is bringing the developers of real estate, the buying public, and the financial institutions on a real estate transaction table so that property deals will be closed and financial mortgage support services offered. And that is very, very key and impressive.
Yeah, and of course, today's this week's topic will be factors prospective owners and property buyers, that's for residential and commercial properties, consider. What are the factors that they consider before finally taking that decision to purchase
buy, yeah,
property?
All right. So once again, thank you for joining us again today. As a professional, what are the three? Let's look at three most critical factors that everyone who is considering making that final decision to buy a particular residential property, what are the key things that they must consider?
All right. Thank you, Helen. The thing is, real estate, it's something that is something that whenever anybody wants to put any investment, it consumes a whole lot of finances. So it's something that before you make that decision, it's critical that you look at some factors so that to avoid any mistakes. So one of the three major factors I will mention here is, one, you have to have a budget. It's important that you have a budget. That budget, after you have a budget, that will now move you to the next stage where you start talking about your investment plan. You should have, because it's the budget. If, for example, depending on if you're probably a business person or a salary earner. So if you want, you're earning, for example, 300,000 a month, and you're planning to buy a property of, let's say, 200 million. How are you going to do that?
Yeah.
So your finances should be able to guide you in having a budget. Then once you now map up your budget, you now start looking at investment plan. This property I'm going to buy now for my residential, am I going to invest in a place where after 5 years, for example, the place turns commercial? A whole lot of people that are living in phase one are facing that kind of problem now. You buy a property that your main purpose of buying the property is you want to get a place where you retire, a home where you come back, you relax and all that. But because of development, because of growth, you end up within 5-10 years, the place turns commercial.
Okay.
Is it the kind of property you want to buy?
So these are the questions you must ask your
clients, because as professionals, before anybody once you come to us and you want to buy property, it's important that we guide you. We'll ask you for those questions. Let me say this. It's also, some people prefer to invest in such places.
Yeah.
Because of that's why I said investment plan. Some people want a place where I will buy it, leave it for a time, maybe within 5-7 years, then I will now sell it off. Use it to go and buy another. By that time, the property must have appreciated. So it is when you have all this and you now start talking about location. Because you now have your budget. Budget guides you to having your investment plan. This investment plan is kind of complex. That's why you need a professional to guide you. So when you have that, you now start talking about, okay, now that I have my investment plan, I should now be talking about where is the location?
Okay.
Where is the location that suits my budget and my investment plan?
All right. Now, yeah, of course, again, from your vantage position as a professional, now, what would you say are the most costly mistakes people make when acquiring properties that,
From experience, when people acquire properties, they kind of discover that mistake later on, probably a few months or a few years later. One of the most difficult ones some people deal with, this kind of costly mistakes, is the one of not having the proper document.
Okay.
Not having the proper title to that property. Because location, yeah, some people might just, out of patience, and say, okay, let me deal with it. I've made my mistake. Let me live out with it. Not having the right professional to guide you in making your decisions, probably you go and buy a flood-prone area.
Okay.
There are people that are currently living in places where flood is disturbing them. But they can still say, okay, fine, I can still manage it. I know how I will deal with it. Later on, I'll move out. But what of when you acquire a property with not real title? You start having issues of monile, you start having issues of court matters, government, acquisition problems. So it's set with kind of gives that person a very uncomfortable feeling, because acquiring a home is something that after acquisition you're supposed to have that satisfaction. You're supposed to feel at peace with that. Now I've acquired a home. Now if it's for those that want to retire in where they've acquired, they should have that comfort. They should have that relaxation that I've acquired a home, a peaceful one. So after going through the process, spending so much money to acquire these things, now the next one is litigation. Who wants to go through that?
It's traumatic.
It's hugely traumatic.
It's traumatic.
Who wants to? And it gives you that unsettlement. If it's something that, because you don't know if you're going through the legal tussles, you don't know which way you're going to swing.
True.
So psychologically, you're off. You're not balanced.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So that is why it's important that we guide, as professionals, guide our clients to telling them that it's important that we do proper due diligence.
Yeah.
Investigations and all of that.
Real research on that.
That's why they say that knowledge is power. You know, a lot of us just get up and we're doing a couple of things because somebody else has done it, you know, and we're not doing it the proper way, and we get our fingers beaten burnt at the end of it. Now, can you mention, so we're getting to the nitty-gritty, because people who are watching now say, okay, so if we have done the first and the second and the third, you know, considerations, the things you've mentioned to us, now we're saying, where is the property? So where are the properties that MI Okoro and Associates probably have right now that people can begin to think about buying into?
All right, we have a whole lot of properties. Just like we mentioned, your budget kind of gives us a direction on where to tell you to go and invest. So what we have properties in Lekki, we have in a whole lot in Lekki area. We have the one we're selling, like we mentioned the other time, Freedom Way, where we're selling one-bedroom apartments and 2-bedroom apartments too. And we have one that we're also selling at Ikota, very close to VGC, along the same express. And we have 2-bedroom terraces, and we also have 4-bedroom terraces. Okay. So these properties are well built, and as professionals, we deal mostly with developers that have that develops quality products, quality buildings. We wouldn't want a situation where we'll help a client get a property, and later on, maybe after 2 years or 3 years, he's dealing with defective issues. So we wouldn't want to allow anybody.
We have a video. We have a video that we're likely, if the director has it, that we should be showing to throw more light on the properties that they have. If that is ready, we could take it. If it's not, John, we can take another question before that is ready.
Yeah, actually, I was. We'll take the video.
All right. Okay.
What is happiness? They said, a man is truly happy only in his own home. That is why we present you with a deluxe located in a serene environment in the heart of Lagos. Welcome to the Parliament, a development of 3D homes, a brand new multiple unit of 4 and 2-bedroom terrace duplex, finely crafted and designed carefully to a taste with beautiful views from every side. All duplex features modern facilities such as inbuilt speaker system, excellent drainage system, central water treatment plant, fully fitted kitchen, swimming pool, all room in suite, ample parking space, CCTV cameras, 24/7 security, 24 hours electricity, and fully serviced. Located located along Lekki Ekpe Expressway, beside Northwest Oil Filling Station, VGC Lekki, Lagos. Price: 4-bedroom terrace, 65 million naira. 2-bedroom terrace, 45 million naira. For more inquiries, please call.
That was a relief, actually.
Yes.
You know, and it showed us a lot of options that we have.
True.
At the right prices too.
Right prices. no, but that's I saw that and I'm like, not bad. That's
Noted.
For a 4-bed.
Yeah.
In that location.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, now I want to know. Financing is also a major factor in all of this. How important does funding help us in making this decision?
Well, that is why we have financial institutions that we are working with.
Yeah.
Because we know that when someone wants to buy a property, maybe a salary earner, keeping up to that 65, 70, 80 million at a go is usually an issue for a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
So that is why in Sena climes, in Western world, they can't do without mortgage. So that is why what we have currently now, we have Polaris Bank that we've discussed with, we are partnering with, and they are providing financial support to a whole lot of these properties. So what happens is once any interested person wants to buy, after going through all those factors we just mentioned, you just make available your 20%. The bank will provide the other 80%, and you pay the mortgage over a period of time.
I like the way you threw the 20% like...
It's an investment. So 20% once, because we've been having a whole lot of interested people because of this 20%. It gives a whole lot of...
it gives a lot of relief.
Relief, honestly.
It does. 20% is a good relief.
Yes, it is.
When you know that government or the institutions are going to come with the remaining 80, that is huge. That is
quite huge. You pay the other one, relax, and as you're earning your salaries, they are deducting stuff. So within a period of time, you're free from any loan or mortgage, and your home is yours, and you're enjoying it.
Okay, a quick reminder of what's happening in Tejo right now.
Yeah, well, Tejo Show is really is booming, and the whole lot of people are buying, and we still have some units for sale there. But it's important people rushing now because of all this mortgage we are attaching to the sales, and it's Christmas period, and it's a commercial property. I know some people that invested when the prices were a bit lower. Now some of them are thinking of reselling, which is also good return on investment.
Wow.
Yes,
those are investors.
Yes, investors. They acquire once the property appreciates. They offload and they make their profit. And the beauty of that one is, as you're waiting for your property to appreciate, you're also collecting rentals from it.
Can you beat that?
I wish I had met you when I was younger.
It's not late. It's not late. You can still key into. You can still key into. Okay. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Christmas is around the corner. Does MI Okoro have any other special?
Yes, the most important thing is part of the services we are providing. We're providing our professional service for free for this season now.
I like that. Oh, good. I like that. Excellent. Excellent.
Bank on me that I'll
yeah, sure. We'll be happy to serve you anytime.
I love free things.
We'll be happy to serve you.
Okay, an excellent way to end the year, I would say. If you begin this process, and before you know it, 2023 will make you a landlord or a landlady.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about landlords. Women are also, flying in there to own their homes.
For me, I just want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Us again. This week, we really cannot wait to see what's coming up again next week.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you.
And our regards to MI Okoro.
Yeah.
Sure.
And now, Farah Shonuga, host of our lifestyle and wellness segment, will take over from us after the short break. Where is she headed today, you may wish to ask? Honestly, I have no clue, and I advise you to wait to find out. It's Today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. Thanks for your company. Let's take a break now.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Skills acquisition and personal development are two things that I believe go hand in hand because they feed off each other. And whilst this topic seems standard, because we should all know what both things mean, what is most exciting for me is the fact that I'm talking about it with a 21-year-old. And the assumption for some would be that, what does a 21-year-old know about life at this stage? I'm going to let him answer that himself. Mobolaji Olagbegi, aka Bodge, is a stylist and fashion enthusiast based in London. He recently graduated from the University of Reading, where he studied business management. During this time, he developed his creative skills and now works as creative director, stylist, and fashion designer based in London. He has worked with the Nigerian talents such as Ricardo Banks, Bad Boy Tims, Kida Kods, and a few others. His most recent accomplishment is his first Vogue magazine feature, which he got at the age of 20. So hopefully that answers the question of what does he know about skills acquisition. So, welcome, Bolaji.
Hello.
I'm super excited to have you here. Oh
Good
my God,
morning.
you've got grills.
I actually have.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, what does skills acquisition mean to you?
Skills acquisition is the constant development of traits, and it's pretty self-explanatory. So
Yeah, it is self-explanatory. But so the thing is, why does it matter? You're, what, 21? Why does it matter?
it matters because we're moving into a digital economy, and right now, employers and jobs are becoming more than just what's on paper. It's about what more do you know, what more skills do you have, and the more you have, the better. So.
The more you have, the better. Okay, are there any skills that are useless skills?
Definitely not.
Why?
My dad once said to me that we were doing like a training course like 2 years ago, and he said to me that 50% of the skills that the jobs that are going to be available when I start working are not around right now, and 50% of the jobs that are going to be available then are going to be extinct. So you can't really no skill is out of pocket. No skills out of pocket. That's my take on that.
When did you told me earlier about the fact that you started acquiring your skills at a relatively young age. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
The first skill that I would say that I took seriously and started acquiring was graphic design. I started that when I was 15 and in secondary school. At the time, I didn't actually have a laptop to practice on, so I was like working with, I used a book to sort of learn Photoshop, which is pretty hard to do because
You used a book?
Yes, I used a book. I was just very curious. I was literally, it was called Photoshop for Dummies,
Yeah.
and they had like graphics on it, so
Yeah.
it was pretty interesting. And when I left school and I had access to my laptop, I would like practice on it. But at the time, I didn't really look at it as skill. I wasn't trying to learn a skill. I was just very curious into what I was doing. I was just very interested.
And how has it come to play today?
Today, graphic design, video editing has been my most marketable, my biggest skill so far. It's what I do now, it's what I did this morning. And it's what sets me apart when I apply for jobs in the creative industry. The fact that I can work digitally.
But then you started randomly learning this skill at the age of 15.
Yes.
When everybody else is just chillaxing and having fun.
Pretty much so, yes.
Interesting. And have you actually earned from this skill?
Yeah, so...
When did you start earning from this skill?
That's a very good question. I was about 2 years after having my laptop with me, I started practicing on working on designs, and a friend approached me and was like, they were trying to start a clothing brand, and they were looking to like outsource graphic design, and for them that was very expensive to do. So I said to them, okay, cool, I'll do it for like a quarter of the price that I was doing it for. So people were paying me like £20 to get graphics done for the event or for this is a
How old
university.
were you then?
I was 18, 19.
Nice.
And at the time, I didn't even know the value of the skill, because right now, like, I was very much lowballing myself. Yeah. So I was doing that for events, and at some point, I started doing that for like the student union in school.
Yeah.
They had events twice a week, and I was doing the flyers for both events and charging £20 per flyer, and I was doing that for the whole semester.
You were lowballing yourself.
I was very much lowballing myself.
But now you're benefiting from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the correlation between skills acquisition and personal growth?
Personal growth in itself is about skill acquisition. It's about understanding your strengths and weaknesses, developing your strengths, and I use the word developing your weaknesses as well. As we progress in life, the more, back hundreds of years ago, the more valuable you are, the more your value is associated with the amount of skills you have. If you're good at hunting, if you're good at fishing, these make you a more valuable man. This makes you more useful. And in this economy, in this digital economy, the more use you have, the more you can charge, and everything sort of translates with each other.
But then what about, you talked about developing your weaknesses. What do you mean by that?
Weaknesses have been seen as something that you just accept and you just move on. But understanding that understanding your weaknesses can be your biggest strength. You know, my biggest strength right now are my weaknesses, because I understand how I'm able to identify them and move forward from them, or let them not distract or come into what I have working on right now, or impact my day-to-day life.
For a 21-year-old, you sound very astute and super together. How is that? Or is that even a wrong assumption for me to be making?
I don't think so. I don't think so. From young, and I put this mostly to my parents, from a long time ago, I've always been told to think about the future. You know, when I was younger, it did seem like a very far-fetched task, but and the years have gone by very quickly. It was only just 5 years ago, I was the other day I was driving past my primary school and realized that's been 10 years ago. You know, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember walking through those doors like it was yesterday. So to understand that 10 years from now is gonna fly by very quickly, I have to basically prepare. I have to prepare. I have to make sure that I have the skills that I want to have, and yeah.
There's a double-edged sort of perception that young people are more fearless or better risk takers, but also they're more flighty and less reliable. What would you say about that?
My people.
For real though.
I mean, being a risk taker almost means being a risk taker and being flighty almost comes sort of like hand in hand in a way. And to that I mean that being able to like taking risks to me means like going for this opportunity, going for that opportunity, putting yourself first, and what doesn't suit you, what doesn't suit you. In the same voice, in the same train of thought, that also means like flaking on people if things don't go as planned. You know, like there's a way to communicate, but it means like people have taken it wrongly and they put themselves first. You know, like they put themselves first when they want to like change career, for example. They forget about their employees, their employers, the people around them that have nurtured them. And it may come across as flaky, it may come across as, you know, neglect, but yeah, it really is a double-edged sword. But there's a way to balance it, you know.
How do you balance it though?
Through communication, you know, like understanding that like everyone around you, to the best of my knowledge, wants to see you do what's best for yourself, you know, but as opposed to flaking, you communicate. You know, you speak, you talk. I'm not going to be able to make this. I don't find this interesting anymore. I want to go pursue this. I want to stop this and do this. You communicate.
What about a situation where you've communicated, but you're still seen as, oh gosh, that person is so unreliable. All these younglings, you know, they're just so unreliable. You know, what do you do then?
I don't know how to answer that.
But does it happen though?
It does happen. It does happen. It's happened to me before. Definitely does happen.
And how did you navigate through it?
I feel like putting myself in a place where I call politically correct, I communicate, and if I'm not heard, if I'm not listened to, I take my own risk, and I take my own risks, and I take my own action, and I move forward in my life. Because if you don't put yourself first, no one's gonna put you first.
Very true. Very true. And okay, so when it then comes to interacting with your peers, what would you be saying to them about acquiring skills and developing themselves personally?
The one thing I say to my friends is that the youth is on our side. You know, like we're young, and let's use it to our advantage. We have a lot of time. We don't have as many responsibilities as we think we have, you know. Let's use it to our advantage, you know.
How so though? What are practical things that somebody listening can actually say, okay, maybe I need to do a mind shift and start thinking about these things differently?
I don't want to be a party pooper, but I promise you I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun. But cutting down and doing things in moderation, you know, like excess drinking, excess smoking, or even drinking, smoking, going for parties, going for places where you're not invited to, you don't belong, it's time that you can use to develop yourself, you can use to develop your skills. And my biggest thing is that time is our most valuable resource. Forget money, forget money. Time is we can't get back time, but money that we spent yesterday can be earned tomorrow. You know, so using that time wisely and developing skills takes a lot of time. You know, you don't want to do it under pressure. You don't want to developing a skill. I've developed skills because I want to start a job. That's very different from developing a skill out of curiosity. You know, skills take time to nurture. They take trial and error, and using your time wisely works out for the better for you. And this is coming from someone who has a lot of fun. You know, I have a lot of fun.
So what you're essentially saying is everything in moderation.
Everything in moderation.
And put things in the right perspective. So what would you then say to, for example, parents of people in your generation who sometimes are seen as helicopter parents and they just hover and, you know, try to control the person's future?
I would say that parents can't see the future. You know, there's so many jobs that I can list right now that were not jobs when I was 8, when I was 11, when I was 12. So my parents sort of forcing me to channel my energy, channel my time into that job. It may not always pan out. You know, it may not always pan out. So giving your child the benefit of the doubt that you're going to thrive best at what you're interested in, where your heart belongs. You know, like I'm going to thrive best when it comes to fashion. I'm going to thrive best when it comes to technology. But when it comes to something like, for example, accounting, like I'm not going to be myself. I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be productive. You know, I'm going to be, and overall, like the way the economy is moving now, like those things are not like, back in the day, I believe that the reason why parents neglected people from going into those fields was because they were not high income skills, you know, but nowadays those skills are high income skills.
So you're talking about the skills that didn't exist before?
100%, yeah.
They're now high income skills. Skills like what?
Skills like styling, you know, like fashion styling.
Mm-hmm.
I did not, when I left Nigeria, like that was not an option for something I wanted to go study or anything. And today, like the most I've ever gotten paid has come from fashion styling.
Oh, wow.
And I've done a lot of jobs before. The most I've ever gotten paid, and when I use the most, I mean like in the shortest amount of time. I'm talking about getting paid for 8 hours worth of work has come from fashion styling.
Wow.
Yeah, and yeah.
Huh. Interesting. So to round up, yeah, can you maybe in 3 to 5, you know, short nuggets, explain to us how we can begin to properly acquire skills whilst also developing ourselves personally?
To do that, I'm going to reference the late Virgil Abloh, and I'm going to say, question everything, you know. Question everything. Ask, why is this that way? Why does this person look like this? Why is this the color of this? And from there, move on. You know, find where you look for your interests and research your interests. You know, like everybody's different. What interests you the most? You should know it. If you don't know it, take time to sit back and look around you. Do you get what I mean? Do you notice that you like taking photos on your phone? Do you notice that you like dressing yourself up and you like dressing your siblings up? Do you know that you like arranging the house and making everywhere look nice? And that thing that seems like such a minor skill or just seems like something that's not too important is a whole field in itself. You know, like my mom started off like arranging her own house, you know, and just making sure it looks nice before she leaves the house. And 20, 30 years down the line, she's a interior designer. That's what she does for a living, and that's what she's made all her living, and most of her living. You know, and it's like that one thing that seems like that one place where your brain just is the most active, develop it. Identify first, develop it, and then learn. So learn through like online resources. We have YouTube, that's a free resource that anyone can use. And keep investing your time into learning and developing those skills till you get to a point where you feel like you're comfortable enough to start a business, to work for a company as that discipline, to charge for your services, you know.
How do the adults around support that, or the older generation rather, well, adults, the older generation, you know?
How do they
what do they need to do to actually help enable this, you know, path?
Give them space and don't knock anybody's ideas. You know, don't knock anybody's ideas. Like this, the stupidest, I don't know if I can say that, the dumbest things are what make the most money. It's what makes the most money right now. YouTube, for example, people just going on YouTube and talking about rubbish, or I mean, quote unquote rubbish. They're making a killing. They're also, and forget money. They're also enjoying themselves. They're also traveling for work. They're also being paid to just appear somewhere. You know, like, and that for me is wild. Even for me, that's wild, you know, so I can't imagine. So I'd say, like, as long as the skill that the person is learning is not detrimental to their health or their mind, give them space to learn it. You know, like, I bear in mind, I still went to university, I still did all of that, but give them space to learn.
Mobolaji, this has been awesome.
It has been.
Yeah, it has been. We've been wanting to do this for such a long time.
We have.
I'm really glad we did. And by the way, I love your shirt.
Thank you so much.
It's like super duper cool.
I made it actually.
Yeah. Super duper cool.
Thank you.
So we've come to the end. It always goes by very, very quickly. So I really hope everybody watching has been able to learn 1 or 2 things and really listen, not listen to a young person talking, but listen to an adult who actually has value to add, because this has been super interesting for me. So thank you for watching. John, Helen, and myself are going to very quickly round off the show. So please stay with us for a few more minutes. Thank you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Okay, every week we bring something new, and that was New Pharaoh.
Thank you very much.
21 years old,
Yeah.
and I was listening to him word to word.
Yeah.
Such confidence, such knowledge.
Yeah.
Great,
John.
great stuff.
Mm.
Great
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
So, Nugget?
So yes, nuggets. But before we go into the nugget, Farrell, did you experience the traffic today?
Which traffic?
No, Farron is coming from
Me, I'm
this
coming
side
from a
now.
different direction.
Oh,
Farron
okay.
doesn't come to that side.
Okay.
But I experienced the traffic last night, though.
Last night. So this nugget will be for you then. And this is it. Never react to what people say. React to what they mean. And it's all in line with, you know, the
Anger
management that we talked about earlier. When you react to what people say, you're probably not getting it. Because I can say good morning to you, and it means a lot of things. A good morning is different from a bad good morning.
Very true.
Yeah? So react to what they mean and not to what they say. And that will be the nugget for today. Yeah?
So we have to be racking our brains and thinking so deep.
Yes.
You know, to get what is it they mean.
What do they really mean?
Not what they
No, but you
saying.
don't have to rack your brain, Joe. You just have to hear the tone of voice.
Yeah. Hear the
That's
tone
all.
of voice.
Yeah.
Even the body language.
Yeah. Body
goes a long
language,
way
tone of voice, that
helping
literally
you.
takes a second.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it for this week.
Thank you. All right.
We'll say our goodbyes now.
Yes. Starting from Pharaoh.
We'll remind.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well-
So, 10:30 p.m.
Tonight.
And again 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yes.
And then it'll be live on, well, it'll be on YouTube at different times. Yeah.
And it would be nice to get some feedback, you know. You know, the social media handles are, you know, for Plus TV Africa is available for you 24/7. It would be nice to get your feedback, you know, on what we have been doing on this show. If we're impacting in any way.
I'm sure we are.
Yes. All right. So from me, thank you for being a part of the show today. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I'm looking forward to another edition same time next week.
See you again.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
My name is Yemi Sholade. I am an actor, and proudly so. Here is my good old days story. I recall as a toddler growing up in Surulere in Lagos, ours was a life of communal living. Every family knew one another, and the children played together in the neighborhood. We played football, we rode bicycles, we flew the kite, we even climbed mango trees, guava trees, and went after the masquerades. Calabar masquerades, the one we called Ojuju Calabar in those days. Interestingly, in those days, electricity was 24 hours constant. Public water works was efficient. Free-flowing water drawn from these taps were filled in bottles in our refrigerators. No one talked about typhoid and other waterborne diseases. So good old days. Days when houses had no fences. We would sit across those low fences at sunset and gist all days till night. When everyone knew one another in the neighborhood, we wouldn't forget street football and would forget we would leave our homes, go to a neighbor's place, eat, and even pass the night. In those days of Levante's department stores, especially in Surulere, we had our own fair share of pranks and youthful exuberance. Was it the days I chased a lady thinking she was biracial, those you call half-caste, just for me to discover she was an albino? I retraced my steps and lady felt so bad. But now I know better. Or was it days when I was fascinated with the white naval uniform and I told my uncle I would like to join the Navy? On the day of the examination, I got there late and I saw how those who came late like me were being treated. They were flogged with koboko. Koboko? Twisted, it was even twisted wire that they had whip. That was it. I took off big time and told my uncle I wrote the exam. It wasn't funny though, but the rest, as we say today, is history. Despite the fun and the dissident nature, we were still focused with a strong resolve to make the difference in the society. Getting rich quick was certainly not one of our aspirations in those good old days. Relevance and impact drove our passion. I recall my young days as an actor, training in the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. I was given a role to play in a stage play titled An Inspector Calls, adaptation by Professor Ame Yerima. We had to run this play for 3 nights. Interestingly, on the final night, something spectacular happened in a scene where I had to stand very close to the audience at the edge of the stage. I discovered there was this delirious moment members of the audience were laughing their heads off, and I was wondering why, because that scene ignited nothing of such. Lo and behold, what did I find out when I left that spot to sit? I discovered that the zipper of my trousers was open, and obviously that gentleman was peeping out on the audience. It was one of the most embarrassing moments in my career as an actor. But do you know what? Such moments fired in us the determination to go on and not look back. Those were those days too where there were no room for half-baked actors. The real ones were always found on stage. What do we have today? It is almost becoming an all-commerce game. Fast forward, things are no longer the same. I really don't know how and where we got it all wrong. In our social life, political life, and even in our economic aspirations. We describe the olden days in glowing terms like paradise, and we fear for the future of our children. Today, we live in self-created prisons, building walls around us for fear of intruders. These days, you hardly know your neighbors. These days, the walls are even higher than that of maximum prisons. All the doors, the windows are protected by burglary proofs. We now generate our own electricity, generate our own water, and even repair roads in the neighborhood. I attended public schools, but what do we have now? Our children these days don't even know anything about public schools. The health system is collapsing. In our days, we were treated at public health centers. The facilities were there. But today, you are your own doctor, your caregiver, and even your pharmacist. However, all hope is not lost. We can change the narrative. We can reverse the trend if there is a will. I work in Nigeria. I earn a living from Nigeria. I am not giving up on Nigeria. I know that a reflection of the good old days without a projection for a better future can only spell doom for a nation. We can make it work. I trust in our collective ability to employ the experience of our past to make a glorious future. Let us attempt to make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. I therefore join Sir Shemo Rebadejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Let's go there. Thank you.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right? Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you take in these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For an example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you take in a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal, and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkaline water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age, and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer, and you're like, no, check your prostrates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
For a lot of people, the Nigerian dream is to leave the country onto greener pastures. But the irony is the treacherous experiences they have to face to get to these so-called greener pastures. Just like the stories of Azu and many who were tricked into what they thought was a better life, in fact, turns out to be the worst experience they never dreamt of.
Before I left Nigeria, I was doing a business. I was selling food with my mom in a particular oil company, and also I was a teacher. So I was doing the two together, assisting mom in the shop and also teaching in a school. So once school closes, in the morning before leaving, I help her with cooking, putting things together, buying the drinks, arranging everywhere. Then I go to work, and then when I come back, I continue. But before then, I was in school. I was supposed to graduate. I studied architecture, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. So in my finals, that was 2014, I found out that I had a lot of issues. It actually started when I got into school. I got into school 2010. It was 29-10 set. So when we got into school fee was increased from 72,000 to 102. So from that 102, it was very difficult for me to get my school fee the way I was supposed to get it. Like, the first school fee was easy, but then subsequently, it became really hard for my dad to put it together. So I paid my fees late. Now, ESUT had this policy that if you pay your school fee, you get exam number. So almost all my exams from the second year till final year was written without exam number. So during the time they were publishing, because what they do is in the final exams, they will write out all your outstanding results. You look for them, either go to the lecturers and look for them, and then at the end of the day, the ones you can't find, you will write. So I saw about 29. I started moving around, going to lecturers. It was as if they would say signing in and out, no recording. Signing in and out, no recording. So the whole thing got so complicated. It was just something I couldn't take. Well, I wasn't patient enough to go to as many lecturers as I could, but getting from my HOD, the head of department as at then, he just told me, this is the much we can do searching for all of this, because even his own course then, he was taking construction methods, even his own course then was not recorded. So he just told me, if your course if my own course is not recorded, it means every other one you've written wasn't also recorded. So I assumed that was it. Getting home that day, I cried a lot. I called home. I told my dad. He was like, be patient. Just try and see if you can look for them. I just quietly packed my bags. Without deferring the admission, without doing anything, I just packed my bags and I left. After everything, then I've started this teaching, and then I joined MOM. I met someone who was really interested in me, and he told me he wants to get married. I just felt like, okay, you can handle this, you can get married and all of that. So in the long run, I got pregnant, and I think that was what ended the relationship, because he insisted get rid of the pregnancy. I was pretty sick. I was very sick, so I think he couldn't handle the stress and all of that. He said, get rid of the pregnancy. In my family, you don't do that. And that was my very first pregnancy, so everyone was like, you were not there. I gave birth to this baby. So 4 months down the line, that was 2017, I gave birth 2017 March. 4 months down the line, family got a call that the people abroad will need 4 people. So they are like extended family relations. They are not really very close to us. I don't even know them. Like, I've never met them, but some of my cousins have. So those ones that have are the ones that were contacted. And then I didn't even have an idea, because my baby was just very tender about 4 months after, you know, so they started talking about it. I was hearing mom on calls constantly. They were talking about they need someone, or she should see if I can agree. My younger sister was still in school. She was in her, I think, in her 2nd year or so. So since I was the only one who is out of school, they can't talk to my younger brother about that, because he also is in school. So since I was the only one who was out of school, every eye was on me, despite the fact that I just had a baby. So my mom talked to me. I said no. And then the idea was, my baby is still tender. I can't travel with my baby and walk. So she said, my mom is very young. So she said she will take care of the baby for me to travel. Mom said, this is more like an opportunity for you to do everything you want to do. You want to go to school, you can work there, go to school and do everything. So that was everyone's idea, except my dad, my younger sister, and I. No one talked to my younger brother about it, because he was not around. He was in Auchi then. So I think we were standing alone. All my aunties were with my mom. So one of them invited me over that night. She sat me down, you know, you're working really hard, you go to farm, because when I gave birth to my baby, I was now trying very hard to see that there's no lapses in the family. We all hands on deck, kind of. Let everyone work hard to make sure that everything is going on well. So you work really hard. So for me, this is like an opportunity. And then she had her son that just left to Ghana. I don't know what was going on with the guy as at then. So I didn't really ask if he was doing well. But for me, everyone believes he's doing well. So these opportunities too, for me, you have to. So when she explained everything, told me, you need to really try this out, because this is like an option that will help you to stop the suffering. You're going to farm, you're doing a lot of things. Just try this option. That night was the night I now decided, okay, since everyone is saying they will take care of my son, I'll go. They told us France, the 3 of us, 3 ladies, and then the guy, Italy. They are my cousins as well. So 2 ladies plus me, that's 3. Then the guy, because they said 3 ladies and a guy, then the guy was to stop at Italy. It's not like the guy is joining us to France. So that was it. We left. Okay, there was no plan, no process. That's the truth. There was no process. They just told me, pack your bags, meet us in Benin. So I packed my bags. And then while packing your bags, make sure you have like 2-3 trousers. Make sure you have like a sweater, a thick one, because it's really cold over there in Europe. Make sure you have they just told us a few things that they felt was necessary that we should have with us. So those were the things I put together, and then I got myself a backpack. I made sure I bought enough food for my son, someone I initially planned I was going to do exclusive breastfeeding for. I had to cut short at 4 months just to join them. So we got to Benin, spent about 2 days there preparing. No serious preparation. They were just telling us they are preparing the documents, everything will be, we'll get all of them in Abuja. When we get to Abuja, that the people over there, they are the ones who would give us the necessary requirements. So it was just like, we just came there for brief information and then we left. We got to Kano, we passed the night in Kano. But before Kano was when I started suspecting that something is not really going on right. We're trying to enter the north then. Some of these NDLEA, these drug enforcement agency, they saw us and the man was like, everyone in this bus calm down. We all came down. I even felt maybe they wanted to search the guys. But funny enough, they took all bags. It was more like they took the young people's bags and then they kept it in one place. They would open it, not them. I don't tell you, it's not them. I'm like, I don't have anything in my bag. So I was getting really scared, but the guy with us was like, calm down, nothing is going on. They just want to check. And he already had an idea of what was going on. So when they checked, they asked every one of us to pay 2,000. So the other girl, I don't know her, we just met in the bus, was putting on this long dress. Is it Jalamia they call it? Something like that. That was what she was putting on. And then she was just saying a lot of things. Not be trouble they travel, not be trouble they travel, and not commit any crime. Or now, you know, she was saying a lot of things, and she wasn't even using any polite language, like you're talking to officers. I beg you, make nobody disturb her. Now travel, she they travel, you know, Benin accent. So I was like, travel, they travel. Is it like we are going to the same direction or something? So I started suspecting as at then that I don't really know what these guys are talking about. But at the end of the day, the guy paid. He paid for all of us, the 4 of us, 8,000, and then we left. So they took 2,000 from each person, and they allowed us to leave. We moved on till we got to Abuja. We passed the night there. There was no response. Nobody brought documents. They said the documents, the person said we should keep coming. When we get to Kano, we'll get it. So we got to Kano actually. Someone came to pick us. The guy that came to pick us was driving with one hand. He doesn't have one hand. I was scared. Like, but before he started driving, as soon as he just said, quick, 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 enter. Every one of us jumped inside the car. The next thing he started giving us this stuff. Is it hijab? Yeah, that jab for everyone. So I didn't know how to wear it. So everybody was like, okay. So it was funny, kind of. I was like, is this like what they do in the north? Is it compulsory? Even Christians will have to wear this. So then my boss was like, you asked a lot of questions. Just wear it. We had to. So we moved on till we got somewhere. It was kind of bushy environment. The guy stopped. They brought another car that took us to a particular enclosed area. And then that was where we were for a while. And then after a while, bike carried us from there to one place. I can't even tell. The people on the streets were doing, I don't know what was going on, but it was funny, but not funny. Because the bike guys were not even riding normal. They were riding and jumping. In fact, these things that we see in movies that like James Bond something, it happens in Nigeria. Like I'm like, what's going on here? The guys were not careful. I had to hold the bike man so that I don't fall off. And someone was behind me, but I was still not comfortable to tell you how rough those guys were. So we got to another place. Then I saw a lot of Nigerians. I saw a lot of people who were traveling actually. So they were saying different things, everyone with their own idea about where they are going to. And then I met this lady. She wasn't looking very okay, but she said the person who asked her to come is her sister, and that's because I think she's educated, but she has this health issues that the person said as soon as she gets to Italy, they will come pick her up and then she will get her treatments. So people had different reasons why they were traveling. The ones I met there, actually, everyone had different reasons, some for medical attention, some for money, some who were promised jobs. So I felt kind of, I felt unhappy at first. And then I was saying some things, and then one guy came to me and said, see, if you talk too much, most of these people that are around here, they will lock you up here and then everybody will go, you will not go because you're asking a lot of questions. So that calmed me kind of. I had to like stop asking questions. After a while, they came, took passports, as in passport photograph of everyone. And then it was that guy, that guy's idea of not talking that made me not to ask anything. Few hours later, they came with passports. The passport that got to me had my picture, not my name, and every other detail on it wasn't me. So when they gave me the passport, okay, I had to memorize everything on the passport. Like, you are compelled to, you don't have a choice because that's like your gateway to wherever you're supposed to go to. So we took these things. Few minutes later, the bike guys came back. They took all of us again. You know the bike the person you entered with before, just enter with the person and then we moved on. So we continued till we got to the border between, I don't know if it's Niger and Nigeria though. So the immigration officers there, they'll take your passport, ask you, what's your name? You tell them your name. How old are you? You tell them. They just check. They give it back to you. So it wasn't like they were doing any critical check. They just, that question was the only thing they asked me. I don't know if they asked others any other thing, but that was what they asked me. And that was a pass for me because as soon as I said my name, and then I skipped the part where I had to teach one of my sisters because she is not learned. She got married when she was in primary 6, so she didn't go to school, and she has been in the village all her life. So I had to like teach her her name, the name on the distance. So I was helping her memorize her own name as well as memorizing mine. So it was something very silly that, of course, if I had a clue about irregular migration or human trafficking, I would have at least known that I was getting into something stupid, something that wouldn't be good for me. And then we left. The bike guys took us to a certain place where they had buses. They put a lot of us in one bus. I had to sit in the boot. So in that boot, it was raining that evening. It was, let's say, around 8 before the bus left. So it was raining. The raindrop was on my body. Despite the fact I didn't have enough clothes on, I was cold. I was shivering. And it's not like when you're shivering, somebody else would help you because everyone is actually trying to save themselves. So no one is actually looking out for you. So you have to do something to help yourself. So I had to like draw. There is something they used to cover the bus. I had to like draw that thing to cover myself. So we moved on. After a while, I think they heard police, police. The next thing, the drivers drove to a certain place, parked the car, zoomed off. We didn't know where they went to. After a while, other cars came. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. Just like that, they just shared us into different groups. We left. Spent about a day plus on the road till we got to Agadez. Now, when we got to Agadez, someone just told us that this is Agadez. Oh. I say, yeah, Agadez. I met some people, and then the first room where they took us to everywhere was filled with flies. I couldn't take it, so I was like, oh God, what is this? Those girls there, they started laughing. They were laughing. I was like, how are you guys comfortable in this kind of environment? They said, you never see anything, you know. They stood up, left the room, came back, they were still laughing. I was like, no. So my sisters told me that you should just try and keep quiet and just observe rather than say your feelings. It's as if you're just showing them who you are. I just kept quiet. I was not enduring the whole thing. They fly everywhere. I sat in a corner. I was just reflecting over the journey from Nigeria to that point. A few days, about 4 days later. So that should be like, okay, that's like 4 days, 4 to 5 days now to get to that place, because it was from Benin to Kano itself was a day till the next morning. So from that Kano to that Agadez in Niger was about 4 days. And then on the 4th day, they came, they told us, okay, to get ready, everybody get ready, you'll be leaving this night. People were excited. Me, I wasn't really excited because I didn't really understand we are leaving. Like, we are leaving to where? So my bros was like, they said we are going to buy gallon. Buy gallon? We don't have money. We didn't even, they gave us just 10,000 naira when we were leaving each. So we don't have money. How much is the gallon? He said they are selling in Sefa. It's not naira, so because we are not in Nigeria. So I said, okay, find out how much it is. At the end of the day, what we had left with us was unable to buy us the gallon because we were buying small ones, big ones, small ones for each person. So at the end of the day, we sold the only phone that was with us. And the phone was not in our possession. It wasn't in my possession or in the girl's possession. It was only the guy that was authorized to use the phone to update them. So it was more like they were working with the guy. These people carrying us were working with the guy. I've never met the guy before. He's not really my cousin. He's married to one of our cousins, so I don't even know him. Now, it's more like they've already had this whole thing planned out before calling on us to come and join the guy. So the guy said he's going to sell the phone. When we get to Libya, he will get another phone. Me, I wasn't worried initially. Just get us water, since they said everybody would need water. We didn't bother to ask, what do we need the water for? Since they said buy, just buy. He bought the gallon, they filled it with water, so we had to carry it to the place where they were loading that night. So in the night, they started loading. I noticed each Hilux was carrying about 29 people. For my Hilux, they had about 29 people. So now the guys, the ladies will sit in, the guys will sit around the Hilux. So they have this wood that the guys will use to sit. And then they were arranging it like that till it got to our own turn. Now for the girls, you sit, you open your legs, someone else sits, just like that. That was the arrangement. Then for me, I had to sit around the, what's it called, where you can rest your back. But I was sitting on a keg of fuel. That's another story. I was sitting on a keg of fuel. So for me, I felt that was a comfortable place, right? I put my bag on the keg of fuel, and then I sat on it. So I was feeling like that's more comfortable. I was even saying the other people sitting inside the Hilux will be feeling hot and they will be having a lot of challenges. So I don't want to stay there. I prefer where I was. Now, within 1 day from that place, because all the Hilux moved at the same time, like all the vehicles moved at once, they started going. It was as if the more we went in, if they drive from one, would I even say up to a pole, the vehicle will sink. All the guys will come down. The lighter ladies will stay inside. If you're heavy, you come down. The guys will have to point. I started crying because there was this guy that looked really soft. I don't think he's from Edo State. I can't remember where he's from. But at some point, he broke down. Like, he was like, which kind of suffer be this? Which kind of suffer be this? Now, they travel. I no keep person, you know. They were beating them in such a way that, ordinarily, it was heartbreaking. That after that whole day, in the night, they packed us somewhere. And then I met someone from my place, from another Hilux. The guy started telling me stories, we were just gisting. And then it was more like a few hours. He smiled and said, if you bury us now, most people were already sleeping. But I could not imagine myself sleeping in that kind of environment. I didn't know there was more waiting for us ahead. So after that night, the next morning, the drivers came. I took my brush. I want to brush my teeth. They said, wait, I want to brush. One guy said, with which water? This water that we are reserving, we want to drink. I said, I'm not going to brush. The guy said, even buy brush. They were laughing, you know. Some kind of weird behavior from some of the guys and the ladies. They were laughing. I better go reserve the water. I said, hey, God, so I'm not going to brush my mouth. I can't even wash my face. The guy said, you don't even brush, you wash face, you know. They were just saying a lot of things. And then the driver didn't even wait for anyone to brush, so we had to...
Top decisions that the United States have for wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain
is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
In a world where social media communities can feel as real as physical communities, experiences and challenges can also be similar. With a growing number of people striving to be online influencers, many, including young women, are falling under the influence of an excessive and risky amount of social media use in search of viewers and followers. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka, and welcome to